Congratulations and to more fruitful partnerships. اليوم نضمن مستقبل أجمل لأبنائنا وأيضا لكوكبنا.
أهلاً وسهلاً.
صباح الورد. أهلاً وسهلاً.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the third and final day of the Innovation-Driven Water Sustainability Conference. It is an honor to have you all here in Jeddah, where everything starts from here, from Al-Kindasa in Saudi Arabia. And we continue to explore pressing topics, opportunities, and challenges of the water sector. And it's the final day, Taghreed. What we have covered over there.
We have covered during the past 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, 5 out of 8 agenda themes, showcasing global experts, innovators, and leaders who are definitely shaping the future of the water sustainability. Today, we're going to continue on this journey, covering our final 3 themes, which are financing water innovation, public-private partnerships, and the water energy.
Yeah, and the most important thing, our final segment at 3:10 will involve announcing the Mayathon winners here on this stage and a special honoring of all our event sponsors. Make sure you stick around for this exciting conclusion of this event.
It will be very exciting, and I'm so looking forward to it, Mohammed. We would like to take a moment, ladies and gentlemen, to thank our partners, the Saudi Water Authority, and all the organizations, the sponsors, the individuals who have contributed to making this remarkable event even possible. Your commitment to advancing water sustainability is commendable and deeply, deeply appreciated.
So we have an exciting agenda ahead for the last day today, so let's dive right in. Thank you for being here, for all of you, and let's make this a truly impactful event.
We have some announcements to make.
Let's do it.
لليوم الثالث على التوالي يسرنا أن نقدم لكم سلسلة من إعلانات التعاون بين الهيئة السعودية للمياه وشركات من جميع أنحاء المملكة العربية السعودية والعالم. والبداية ستكون مع وادي طيبة لتحقيق التعاون في المجالات التقنية والابتكارية والتحول الرقمي.
إذا نبارك مثل هذه الانطلاقة ومثل هذه الشراكات التي نستفتح بها هذا الصباح. يتفضلون الآن على هذه المنصة لتبادل هذه الاتفاقية التي تعد انطلاقة جديدة امتدادا أيضا للانطلاقات والشراكات والاتفاقيات التي شاهدناها خلال اليومين الماضية. كنا نقول لم تنتهي بعد الاتفاقيات في الابتكار لاستدامة المياه.
بالفعل. ألف مبروك تهانينا.
ألف مبروك. So our next announcement is between the Saudi Water Authority and Yokogawa to research and developing innovative methods for leak detection using artificial intelligence technologies.
Kindly join us to the stage. Welcome.
Wishing you a fruitful partnership for the coming days.
Congratulations. We wish you the best of luck. Our third announcement for today, ladies and gentlemen, is a strategic partnership between the Saudi Water Authority and the Maidain Corporation to develop a comprehensive technology for the flat ceramic membrane technology. Congratulations.
So the next announcement will be a training partnership between Saudi Water Authority and GI Aquatech to develop diploma training program and to offer specialized training programs to engineers at the academy and the company's location.
Kindly join us to the stage.
Yeah, please welcome to the stage.
Maybe we will come back to that announcement.
Yeah. I think they are working on the ground. They didn't come to the stage because they start working on that.
Exactly. والآن فقرة إعلان الإطلاقات، وراح أيضا نستكملها بإطلاق الهيئة السعودية للمياه لحاضنة ومسرعة تحلية المياه. لمعرفة المزيد لنرحب معا بالمهندس أحمد الزهراني على المنصة.
السلام عليكم، أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أتحدث إليكم هذا الصباح نيابة عن مركز الابتكار السعودي لتقنيات المياه بإطلاق مسرعة المبتكرين لتحلية المياه. يمكن الجميع يعلم أنه جميع قطاعات التحلية الأخرى من نقل، توزيع، الري، جميعهم عندهم مسرعات، وكانت آخر مسرعة لاحتضان المبتكرين هي مسرعة تحلية المياه. تهدف مسرعة تحلية المياه إلى توفير البيئة الجيدة لاستقطاب المخترعين والمبتكرين وتمكينهم من تطوير منتجاتهم. كما يعلم الجميع يعني تحلية المياه هي أول سلاسل الإمداد في المحطات، وفي تواجهنا مشاكل طبعا ولا زالت يعني تحلية المياه في مجالات وفي فرص كثيرة إنه فيها تطوير كبير جدا في ناحية جودة مياه البحر بري تريتمنت أو خلال الأرو تريتمنت أو الديسالينيشن بشكل عام أو حتى في البوست تريتمنت. فالهدف من مسرعة تحلية المياه أن نحل المشاكل اللي تواجهنا حاليا، كذلك نحاول نقلل من استهلاك الطاقة قدر الاستطاعة، أقل ما توصلنا إليه حاليا. مشاكل الريجكشن المياه البحر ومعالجتها، المشاكل الرو ووتر اللي تجي من مياه البحر والسيزون اللي تختلف الجودة، كيف نقدر نحاول إن في جميع الأحوال والظروف الجوية اللي تمر فيها المياه والروتر اللي تدخل على محطات التحلية إن ما يكون فيه عمليات التوقف، يكون فيه sustainability وريلايبيليتي في الإنتاج وتوفير المياه على مدار العام. كذلك الممبرين والتصنيع الممبرين نهدف إلى إن شاء الله أن يكون في يوم من الأيام يصير تصنيع محلي 100% لا غشية، لأنها من أهم العناصر اللي تنتج فيها تحلية المياه. كذلك في مشاكل الباور كونسمشن مع أو التنظيف الفاولينج اللي يتعرض له الممبرين، كيف نقدر نحد من هذه العملية. في مجالات كثيرة في تحلية المياه للمبتكرين والمخترعين. هذه المنصة تهدف إلى أنه توفير البيئة، توفير المعامل، دعمهم بالخبراء والمختصين بتطوير المنتجات، كذلك تهيئة السوق لهم مع الانفستر الاستثمارات الخارجية. هذا بشكل مختصر عن مسرعة تحلية المياه. تحياتي، السلام عليكم.
شكرا جزيلا للمهندس أحمد الزهراني على هذا الإثراء وهذه التفاصيل التي نحتاج الاطلاع عليها حول هذه الاتفاقيات. ربما تكون على هذه المسرح العناوين العريضة، لكن مهم أن نعرف ما هو خلف التفاصيل البراقة. واحدة من أواخر الإعلانات تغريد، يبدو أن لديك ما يلفت انتباهك في هذه الإطلاقات.
كان في كثير من المعلومات المهمة اللي تفضل فيها الأستاذ أحمد. صراحة يعني عندنا في المملكة العربية السعودية كثير من المبادرات المهمة جدا للمياه الحاضنة ومسرعات تحلية المياه، فنشكره بالتأكيد على هذه الإضاءات.
رائع جدا. يمكن شفتونا ذهبنا إلى محطات دولية، ذهبنا إلى مراكز ابتكار عالمية أيضا داخل المملكة العربية السعودية. ابتدأنا بوادي طيبة شمالا، ثم سنعود إلى الجنوب، حيث المملكة العربية السعودية كلها تخترع وتبادر وتصفق لهذه الابتكارات. في هذا اليوم الأخير إعلاننا الأخير والإطلاق الأخير سيكون تعاون بين الهيئة السعودية للمياه مع جامعة نجران لدراسة، يستحقون كل تحية، لدراسة محفزات ضوئية هجينة ونشطة بالضوء المرئي للمعالجة الفعالة للملوثات الناشئة في مياه الصرف.
فليتفضلوا مشكورين إلى المسرح.
بهذه التخصصات العلمية الدقيقة تتحرك الهيئة السعودية للمياه لتفعيل كافة المراكز البحثية، بيوت الخبرة، الجامعات في المملكة العربية السعودية.
ونتمنى لهذه الاتفاقية وهذه الشراكة التوفيق، بإذن الله تكون مثمرة وللأمام دوما.
يعطيكم العافية. شكرا جزيلا لكم. صحيح أن هذه آخر الإطلاقات تغريد، لكن لم تنتهي تفاصيل هذا المؤتمر بعد. بقي لدينا جوائز مياثون، بقي أيضا جائزة صناع المحتوى. كل هذا في هذا القطاع. ماذا لدينا الآن تغريد؟
لدينا الآن البداية، طبعا عندنا أجندة ثرية جدا، كثير من المتحدثين اللي قدموا من مختلف دول العالم ليشاركون الرؤى والأفكار والابتكارات على هذا المسرح. وأيضا في المسرح الآخر Next Wave Stage أنت ستكون هناك محمد. أعطينا لمحة عن أجندة Next Wave Stage، نشوف مين حيسوق أفضل.
لا أنا قلت تعالوا معي وخلوا هالستيج لهلا.
لا.
في النكست ويف ستيج ستشاهدون هناك في قاعات المعرض المصاحب سنتحدث ابتداء بفقرة اسمع مجرب. سيأتي خبير يسولف فعليا مع الجمهور للحديث عن تفاصيل كيف تعمل الهيئة من الداخل، كيف تفكر الهيئة من الداخل. الهيئة وهي المشرع والمتابع والمراقب والمطلع بنظرة بانورامية على هذا السوق. عندما نسمع المجربين من الهيئة سنسمع كيس ستاديز وحالات من أرض الواقع. شاهدنا يوم أمس شركة كوكاكولا، أيضا نشاهد جامعات أخرى، شاهدنا متحف المياه الذي تحدثنا عنه بشكل دقيق وتفاصيل كبيرة. أدعوكم للانضمام معنا هناك في النكست ويف ستيج.
ليس الآن، خليهم معايا الحين،
أو البقاء مع تغريد.
شكرا لك محمد. نحيي محمد،
نشوفكم على خير.
يعطيك العافية. اسمحوا لي حضورنا الكريم، الآن سأتحدث باللغة الإنجليزية، وللتذكير عندنا سماعات للترجمة الفورية لمن يرغب في استخدامها. Ladies and gentlemen, so again, good morning to all of you. We're going to kick off today's theme, which is financing water innovation, with a keynote session that is going to spotlight the critical role of investment in creating resilient and innovative water systems. Our speaker is going to share insights on aligning financing with global sustainability goals and addressing the growing challenges of the water scarcity and the infrastructure needs. Please join me in welcoming Tom Ferguson, the managing partner at Burnt Island Ventures USA, to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, hello. Now, can you hear me okay? Yes, I think we're all right. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Tom Ferguson, and I'm the managing partner of Burnt Island Ventures, the water-focused venture fund. We're just approaching 100 million in AUM. We've invested over 60 million in 34 companies since early 2021, and we pride ourselves in being at the vanguard of proving that investing at the seed stage in water can be a very profitable undertaking indeed. Now, I'm aware that there are some contradictions at play here. I'm a Scotsman who sounds English, who lives in Brooklyn, who started a water-focused venture fund in the US, giving a speech on water finance in Saudi Arabia to people who really understand the value of water. I grew up with endless quantities of it falling out of the sky. So I'm aware that our contexts are rather different. But I hope you can bear with me because I come bearing good news about water financing. So it's really a pleasure to be with you this morning to describe a new chapter in the development of water as an investment theme. Now, we've called it the end of the beginning because we think something fundamental shifted this year, and we're excited to walk you through our logic for why we're now in a new defined era of water investment. First, I will look at the shift in the early stage market that happened from 2020 to 2025 that has laid a very promising platform indeed for the future of investment in the sector. Second, I want to take you through the logic of the emergence of a true growth market in water. And third, I'm going to make the case that there is an inevitable low-risk opportunity because major downstream capital has cottoned on to the water opportunity before the venture market has, which gives rise to some very interesting dynamics indeed. So in the last 5 years, something has changed in the investment world with regard to water. So in 2020, people were still viewing a water fund as a charity or an impact investment. Corporates were seeing water principally as a CSR risk, or the element of their operations they knew they needed but cared least about. That has fundamentally shifted. Whether it's through water scarcity, increasing prices, the propagation of data centers, or the financial results of some of the world's largest water companies, light bulbs have come on for public and private investors that water is a defensive, foundational, high-growth asset class. There's been the beginnings of a realization of what is true within our sector, that the tailwinds are inevitable, it's unidirectional, and the numbers involved are enormous. 1.6 trillion in CapEx and OpEx in 2025, growing at least 8%. And the most important tailwind to our sector is physical. The distortions happening as a result of global heating. This chart from GWI shows the escalation in excess inundation and drying events worldwide as measured through the gravitational pull of groundwater by NASA. The steadiness we have relied upon that you see there up to 2018 no longer holds true across the world. Variability is so difficult because water, wastewater, stormwater systems have to deal with extremes. And there is no question about the expansion of water's extremes. Massive inundation stories from Texas to the UK to the Philippines to Dubai are becoming so commonplace so as to be easily missed in the global press. Flooding events are up 6 times from 2000 with no sign of slowing as the air becomes more saturated with more evaporated water, increasing the ferocity and length of storms and inundation events. And the converse is also true. Extended drying events are also more commonplace. The drying of Europe, the potential need to relocate Tehran, the subsidence issues in the Central Valley of California, the extremes of the impact of global heating are placing unprecedented pressure on infrastructure, safety, and access. So this really is a $1.6 trillion market having a truck driven through it. And the beauty of it is, as an investment market, its breadth. We've just closed our 50 million seed fund 2, and out in the fundraising. To be in. This is colossal, but much more importantly, it's everywhere. From process water and water treatment across oil and gas, mining and metals, dairy, agriculture, to domestic applications, insurance, metals reclamation, sludge management, desalination, replenishment, and yes, of course, data centers. There are just so many water markets riddled with inefficiencies for smart people to come and build businesses. And supporting them is our business. At BIV, we're in the business of finding, funding, and supporting the best entrepreneurs in water in the world. So we are here to support the people who are building the vehicle. So to know where we are as an early stage financing market, it helps to see the world as it was when I started BIV. So I founded this firm because every investable asset class or vertical goes through the same process. Whether it's financial technology or property technology or cloud SaaS, AI went through a very accelerated version of this. All of them follow a pathway where there is a period of initiation, and then there is a ton of accelerated progress building on. So taking them in turn, first initiation, the pioneers, then the first wave of pioneers provide the first density of quality across startups. We knew this was happening in 2020, and it's the reason a successful seed fund was possible then, despite the difficulties of earlier efforts in the market. Second comes growth. This inflection happens when enough of the companies in the first wave hit scaling velocity with a product that is differentiated enough in the market, and when founders don't sell out early. This enables true new players that either become standalone companies or are purchased at revenue levels that were unlikely in the initiation phase, sparking the interest of other investors, entrepreneurs, and talent. And once growth companies emerge, while the top of the funnel of startups continues to build, feeding the growth stage, you get to a pattern where everybody agrees that the market is investable, and everybody said that they knew it was inevitable before it happened. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But that's the maturity phase. And it always astounds me that we're going through this process because we've been manipulating water. You've been manipulating water. We've all been water technologists for thousands of years. But only recently have we seen the emergence of water as a viable destination for capital at any kind of scale. And we still have a long way to go. But that critical mass of smart founders that we saw in 2020 has moved through the initiation stage, and the growth stage is here. This is a crucial time for the development of any sector, and it's when we see the first real exits on a venture timeline, the first recycling of capital and talent back into other startups, but also into my world, the investment world. These first larger moves bring in interest from larger players and also forced interesting conversations for the incumbents in the room. Do you accommodate, cooperate with, compete with, or purchase the companies coming down the funnel? So the box on the left here is what I saw in 2020 and 2021. Both of omission and commission, so making bad decisions not to invest and bad decisions to invest, and still have a margin of safety on being able to fund exceptional people in the deployment period of a fund. These companies that we saw in 2020 to 2022 have now been joined by another 15 founders from our Seed Fund 2 starting in 2023, and Aquamembranes from our Growth Fund, who were very grateful to receive an award at this conference on Monday. And it's working. Our overall graduation rate from the round that we invested in to a following round will be 92%. We only have a 2% loss ratio on capital invested. Fund 1 companies will do 80 million in revenue this year, 120 million in bookings. And half of them are either already profitable or have a clear pathway to being so. Fund 2's companies will do 35 million in revenue, and we're only in year 2 of the fund. So what you're seeing is these smart people building the companies that they said they would, moving through the fundraising stages, even though sometimes just a fundraising stage is a poor proxy for actual development. And this is symptomatic of an overall trend in water which we believe is permanent. The smart people are here, more and more of them every year, and they're building really good companies. I was lucky enough to start at Imagine H2O, the water accelerator, in 2015, and work directly with many of the non-BIV names on this slide. But what's crucial for you to note is that 5 years ago, that stage VC slices. This is due to the increasing number of companies moving through to the growth stage, though these numbers, unfortunately, are skewed slightly by a couple of large individual deals, at least one of them not a good idea. Now, all markets need liquidity. They need people to buy the companies that are being built. So what happens with exits is a fundamental indicator of the maturity of a market. Deals at scale are vital to prove. Up in the top right of private equity firms looking to transact on both the buy and the sell side. Now the data is crystal clear there in the bottom right. Active deals are up 3.5x since 2020, and exits are up over 7 times. This pace will be maintained. Private equity has discovered the beauty of the water market with its predictable, sticky revenues, good unit economics, tailwinds from both renewal and demand for new capacity across utility and industrial and across the world. This is just a great business to be in. So what we have is growing companies running full steam ahead into the arms of pools of capital who are already sold on the sector. They're here, and they're here to stay. The only real well. You will see our logo here twice, and it's not a big visual typo. We established ourselves at the seed stage starting in 2020, predicated on the argument that I've just put forward to you. The talented founders we saw in 2020 and 2021 have now, to a large extent, built the companies they said they would. And guess what? There is no water-focused growth fund entering at the Series B or beyond. So we're building it. $75 million with a hard cap of $100 million. And we're more than a third of the way through raising it. And we're so excited to expand our investment activities following the maturation of the private investment market in water. We want to be a part of moving this sector up the next stage of the S-curve. Because our job, in the context of the expectation has implications for all the players. Now, for founders, for those of you in this room, this is very good news. The deals for Smart Cover, Urban, Locust View, Consigli are just the start. And as the exit market gets clearer, your companies get more valuable. So enjoy. Just don't raise your prices on us. For investors of all stripes, whether you're public, private, bond, private credit, special situations, whatever it is, water is something that you want exposure to now. This isn't a funny appendage of the market. It's foundational. Their revenue drivers are insulated from the business cycle. It's going to mature rapidly, and it doesn't pay to be late to the party. Corporates. Now, you're going to have some decisions to make. The sleepy days of yesteryear, where anyone who emerged from the Series A stage was both rare and affordable, are gone. Then you could pay relatively little to take on an extra value proposition for your customers or remove an emergent competitive threat. Now, that landscape is more complicated, not least because it is an increasingly target-rich environment for large companies who want to start playing in the sector. Now, really good startups are excellent wedge acquisitions because especially in water, they can't get past a certain stage without being fundamentally differentiated. And owning that differentiation is valuable. So just be aware of the changing of your competitive dynamics. Now, of course, there are many elements of financing that we have not covered. Nothing on credit, which will continue to emerge and needs to, especially in working capital provision. Nothing on the bond market, which we think are going to have a big year next year and in the years to come. There's very little on private markets. And now that's partly because I don't work in those markets, and it's important to stick to your circle of competence. But it's more because what you're looking at here is the core of the development and maturation of all of those other verticals. Sectors need to have a thriving ecosystem of new companies, of talent and treasure being recycled, of new companies finally getting really big in order for all those other areas of finance to be enabled. The beginning of the next wave means the finance environment in water is going to get rather interesting for an awful lot of people. I want to thank you for listening. Thank you so much to the SWA for having me, and I look forward to connecting with you over the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Tom, for
apologize.
delivering such a thought-provoking presentation. And please accept this token of appreciation from the Saudi Water Authority as a thank you gesture for your rich contribution. Thank you very much, Tom. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of Tom shed light on the critical role of capital in fostering innovation and building resilience in the water sector. And we truly value his expertise and perspective as we're going to navigate these pressing challenges also during the day through our rich agenda. In alignment with their goals of advancing the water sector, the Saudi Water Authority, ladies and gentlemen, published a report in partnership with Oliver Wyman that takes a comprehensive look at the future of infrastructure, digital transformation, circularity, and also how it's shaping water management worldwide. You can scan the QR code to download the report and take a look at it. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear from a dynamic panel of entrepreneurs and investors on turning challenges into opportunities in water technology. This panel is going to bring together innovative water tech entrepreneurs and also seasoned investors to explore how challenges in the water sector can actually be transformed into commercially viable solutions. And moderating this session is again Tom Ferguson. We missed you already, Tom. Let's give him a big round
Absolutely.
of applause.
I'm back.
We're looking forward to the session. Thank you very much. Let's give also a big round of applause to our esteemed panelists. Welcome.
Hello again. Look at us going back to back. This is a real pleasure to have a very different sort of message to provide to you because it's going to be coming through the medium of 4 of those very smart people that I spent about 20 minutes talking to you about. So you're going to be able to see all of this in action. I'm really excited about this. I have known 2 of you for a very long while, 1 of you for a wee while, and Andrew, this is the first time that we're meeting, but your reputation precedes you. It's so important to hear directly from the people who are building the companies out in this market. It can be a challenge. I happen to think it's no more challenging than any other market that we just happen to spend less time in. But nevertheless, the art of building a company is to do no more and no less than to battle against entropy. All of us, the world is trying to fall apart on us at any given time. And so the harnessing of resources around the idea of solving a given problem within water is something that I just feel so privileged to be able to see every day. And these are 4 fantastic exponents of what we're doing. So I'm going to ask each of them, and I will call on them not in order. I'm going to jump around a bit. to just take a couple of minutes to introduce themselves and the solution that they are building, and to tell us exactly why they chose this problem within water to solve. And then we'll move on to a set of questions for each of them. But, Diana, let's start with you. A couple of minutes to introduce yourself and X-Atoms and why you chose to be solving the problem that you're solving. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, Tom. Hi, everyone. I'm Diana, and I'm the CEO and the co-founder of X-Atoms. At X-Atoms, we are building a new generation of water purification materials called photocatalysts. These photocatalysts are sunlight activated in our case, and we discover them computationally. So we use AI and quantum chemistry, type of a quantum computing theory, to discover new materials. And they are catalysts that you put into water exposed to sunlight, and they can work in industries such as mining, agriculture, as well as textile. And actually my journey in water started when I was 17 years old, and I discovered my first sunlight-activated photocatalyst, for which I was awarded from the Swedish royal family. And then I decided that, okay, maybe there is a big future for photocatalysts, but we need to find a better way to discover them.
Fantastic. Thank you. David, let's go to you next.
Yeah, thank you for having me. My name is David. I'm co-founder of WaterRoam. WaterRoam develops portable and decentralized water filtration systems for communities in disaster-hit areas, as well as in rural areas. We built our solution to look like hand pumps or bicycle pumps that operate very independently, free from electricity. It can filter out bacteria, virus, protozoa to produce clean drinking water instantaneously, and that helps a lot of communities. We've been able to bring this to more than 40 countries, and right now with a lot of flood situations, it's also going around in Southeast Asia. I did this because there was an accelerator program put together by our Public Utility Board in Singapore, as well as the National University of Singapore. And back then, I was a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed in entrepreneurship. I was very passionate about...
You still are, David.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wanted to do something very impactful, and water really stood out as something that would not just be able to come up with something, a nice product, but it's something that really will change the world. It's tangible, and physically you can really be proud of it. And so that's why I went into this program. I met my two other co-founders, and we kind of clicked it. We clicked really well. Yeah, then we saw that this was such a big problem out there. It wasn't the lack of technology, but really about adoption. What are solutions that are simple enough so that communities out there in such situation can be able to use an effective solution?
Yeah, fantastic. We're going to come back to the adoption question. Andrew, you next.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Andrew. I'm CEO and founder at Meltwater. Well, the name stands for itself. At Meltwater, we have designed the world's first cryo-based advanced water purification technology and smart devices. So what we do is we do water purification by freezing it, which is like a completely different story. It's efficient, it's energy efficient, it's purification efficient. We started it 10 years ago. We all are young entrepreneurs here. And I remember the day at high school when I was in one of the biggest companies for bottled water in Ukraine, and they told me that there is only one solution out there, which is membranes and filtration systems. And as a young scientist, I said, come on, we got to do something with that. There should be something different. And here I am, 10 years after, still working with that, advancements and opportunities. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Last but not least, Amrit.
Wonderful morning to everyone, and thank you to my fellow panelists. Really inspiring to know how you all started. Our journey started about, you can say, 8.5 years ago, and I was not even from the water field. Was into automotives, very different world. Absolute efficiency in how you produce things, and we got this unique, opportunity to start working in storm water. And it seemed important because I had grown up in the southern part of India, which sees so much water scarcity. You need to plan your entire days around water. People would plan activities in the morning when you have 2 to 3 hours of water, and then in the evening again when you have another 2 to 3 hours of water. So it really seemed important that I changed direction, and me and my co-founder, we got started with Indra. At Indra, we are using electricity to treat some of the most difficult pollutants in the industrial spectrum. We also started doing sewage a little while back. But the objective is to do a lot more of the pollutant breakdown in a few steps. And today we are able to treat water in just a few seconds to extremely high quality standards. And the idea is that if we can increase water use all across by more than, have an average of at least 70 to 80%, you would be offsetting so much of freshwater demand. And more importantly, you'd be going kinder on the environment. And all this is possible because the entire process is economically sustainable. So,
Fantastic. It really strikes me hearing all of you speak that we are in the enviable position of having 4 real entrepreneurs here. None of these software cheats that you hear so much about. These are real entrepreneurs working with real atoms in the real world. Andrew, so you're working in quite serious deep tech. I love the idea of deciding that people who were going on and on about membranes were probably full of it. So just talk to us about, just give us a little bit of an idea of what it's been like to be a deep tech founder. And Diana, you fall into this as well, or to a certain extent you all do, in a pretty novel process. So what does that look like? Because the formation of the product is obviously very different from then making sure that product goes out to meet a need in the market. But just talk to us a little about the nature of being a really novel hard tech founder.
Well, it's kind of fun, I might say, because when you usually invent something and it's an entrepreneur, an engineer, and scientist, you gather all of those components around. Like when I was starting, I was 16. What kind of knowledge did I have?
You and Diana both, yeah.
And the thing is that you just, you hear your gut, you feel like there is something about it, and you just do what you can do the maximum of it. Because I remember there's ups and downs when you feel like, okay, this is something extremely novel. This is something that will change the landscape of water purification, like how households purify water, how businesses do water purification on a pre-industrial level. So we are not going industrial size. And as a young entrepreneur, you usually have those dubs when you're you pre-product, just making scientific investigations and whatever. But the main point here that I would love to say is, go business as young as you can. So when we first designed the technology, it was based on just a very regular freezing machine. We already sold it. We already understood and did the market penetration that people want this. And this was I would say, the very basics. Nothing extremely harsh or serious out there, but we already did the market penetration, which is extremely important for young entrepreneurs in deep tech, not just, idealizing their inventions, sitting in the laboratories and then, doing all of that. You just go and make the business done. And this is what is extremely important in this part. And as in Ukraine, you don't have, this big laboratories to test. So it was a garage scientific investigations where you did it as 20 years ago, as 30 years ago, entrepreneurs doing all of those things. You just listen to yourself. You usually don't listen to some fellow scientists out there because they say, come on, the reverse osmosis, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? It doesn't matter. Just dump it. No, you find your niche, you find your market, you make the sale, and you start believing that this is something worth it.
That's really helpful. Diana, that sounds sort of probably resonant with what you're doing. There are two things I wanted to ask you. First, can you walk us through the quantum element of what you're doing? So what is that?
We've been waiting for quantum stuff, certainly in computing, for a while. It looks like we're getting closer, but I'm pretty sure you're not building a quantum computer, so what does that mean? And then the other thing that strikes me about your company is that it can do an awful lot for an awful lot of people. So how do you select the market that you're going to go after? So those two questions for you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy you're asking about the quantum because I got quite a few people coming up to me in the last few days asking what is quantum chemistry.
I figured I would solve it for everybody at once.
I'm also flying tonight to Istanbul. Tomorrow I'm going to speak for 1 hour about quantum chemistry, so I've been doing this for a while now.
That's awesome.
Quantum chemistry is basically this fundamental part of chemistry where we are looking at the smallest possible particles that are actually, determining how materials are going to behave and are the building stone for everything in this world. And we've realized that for us, the only way to faster discover new materials is by understanding these tiny particles, and that's what we are achieving with quantum. And with quantum chemistry, we can reduce the time we need to spend in the lab, and instead of that, do this computationally, and then discover materials faster. We are looking at properties such as the electric interactions within atoms, and that helps us design new molecules. Quantum chemistry is also being used for discovery of new drugs in the cancer treatment right now. So it is really the future, and at X-Atoms we combine both AI and quantum.
Okay, helpful. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, but there are so many value propositions that are coming out of X-Atoms materials. Your selection of the markets that you're going to go after, how did you decide on who you were going to serve?
So initially we were looking at a big data set of molecules that we've had, and then we had to select some of the most promising candidates of these new materials. And then once we had them, we were testing with those materials in our lab on different types of contaminants. We started with pathogens, then we did heavy metals, then we did textile dyes, herbicides, and then one by one, as we're getting results, we realized that the 8 patented materials that we currently have are each good with different industry. So we found out that we are the best with agriculture and textile, and because we are a deep tech company and because we have raised VC funding, we need to commercialize as fast as possible to be able to raise the next round. So we were going after those industries that were just the most accessible to us, and those were the agriculture and the textiles.
Great. We'll come back to the venture side of things. Amrit, one of the things you wanted to talk about, which I think is interesting because of the dynamics of it involved, but zero liquid discharge, especially in the Indian market, surface water pollution is significant. Obviously, it would be great if we had nothing aqueous that was going out into surface water. You're obviously a big part of the potential solution, but how are you thinking about the ZLD market, and what is the nature of the demand that you're seeing at the moment?
Oh, great question. In fact, with this huge push towards zero liquid discharge, one question becomes very important. What quality of water is actually needed for specific processes? In fact, there is a common misconception that every zero liquid discharge application needs to go right up to evaporators, which is super expensive. One of the biggest successes has been, like for example, we are doing this work with Unilever, and across at least 2 of their factories right now, we have already implemented this, where we could figure out that us getting to even conditions of 50 COD is COD milligrams per liter. So we are able to ensure at least 80% uptake of water right there. So the remaining 20% is where a little bit more of treatment is required. So there are multiple opportunities within industries where a lot of the water can be used in processes or other allied applications which do not require you to go to evaporators. So the way we see it going forward, I think segmentation of water in terms of what is the end use. will become even more important than zero liquid discharge, and that will actually go a long way in solving the complexities around zero liquid discharge. A single-minded approach where you're just depending upon evaporators and then salt concentrations, that's not going to be easy, because every time we use a reverse osmosis membrane, you're going to create a huge brine reject stream, and that's difficult to deal with. And it takes a lot of other treatment steps. It becomes super expensive, and more often than not becomes unviable for industry. So we are looking at it from that perspective. The other aspect to zero liquid discharge is that are there technologies that can work together? More importantly, when you're talking about anion exchanges, or you're talking about removal of minerals, because most of the primary and pre-treatment technologies are today capable of removing some of the toughest organic pollutants. Where we suffer is in terms of inorganics, metals, and these are the ones that affect downstream approaches. So it is critical to achieve consistency with downstream applications. In fact, in India, we did a survey, and we physically visited over 47 installations across. And the numbers are staggering. Like almost 85% of these plants have a downtime of more than 40%, which is RO and beyond. And that raises a very critical question. Then are our systems consistent enough for zero liquid discharge to penetrate? So it requires more solving before RO, before we even start thinking about that. And that's where the capabilities of technologies that are in the pre-treatment side and primary treatment side come into the question, where we are consistently striving to push the boundaries of these consistency, get more of these inorganics and metals out of the stream, so that the downstream assets are able to do more at a lower cost and, of course, consistently.
Very helpful. And then in terms of markets, David, you always have my admiration for what you're doing. I mean, we've known each other for some time. You serve the people who need the most help in the world, but not an easy market to go after. Can you just reflect on the journey that it's been sort of commercially moving into the sort of disaster response world? And then it struck me that when you said in your opening remarks that one of the most important design specifications of what you had was this idea of needing to be simple. And how does that simplicity interact with the needs of your chosen market?
Right. Yeah, the disaster response market is a challenging market because it's not always the most certain. But what we have seen that with the rise of global warming, climate change, we are seeing a lot more responses taking place on a year-to-year basis. So there is a little bit more certainty in these days, and we're finding that our solution is becoming very critical for many organizations. But our early stage of how we went into this market was mainly out of passion. But as we went in, we discovered about the need for our product development to be in line with the idea of simplicity. And that was a lesson through many years, I would say at least the first 3 years of many failings. We used to bring in large solutions which were bulky, which had a lot of wires and pumping pipes and all that would stick out.
Totally get you.
Yeah.
And we would even publish a 10-step instruction, place it there in English, in another language, so that the local people would understand and figure out how to use it. But we would come back 1 week later, and the whole system is wrapped up with bicycle locks and bicycle chains. And we ask them what happened. And they'll tell us that even though you left us all these instructions, we were so confused, we didn't understand how to use it. So we thought better lock it up in case somebody stole it and waited until you're back.
God, it's amazing.
So we were forced into thinking about being simple, because many of the times in such locations, there are a lot of constraints in terms of technical know-hows, in terms of electricity availability, and many other aspects that out there in the developing world we take for granted, but in some of these places, it's not given. So we had to ensure that our system was intuitive. It needed to be simple to use, simple to maintain, simple to operate, because we're not expecting people with a lot of technical know-how to operate it in so many vast areas, especially when you consider it as a disaster response. You really don't know who is the operator on the ground. So what inspired us was when we saw a villager pumping his bicycle
Yeah.
tires, and suddenly that was an aha moment. It's like, why not we use a universally understood action and incorporate membrane technologies which are out here, the best that's available and that many of you also have access to, and just incorporate it into a simple design. And when we brought it the first time to Cambodia, next to a well, started to pump, people caught sight of it and they understood how it works. And they started to queue up with all their buckets and pails. And we thought at that moment that I think we got something going on in terms of the potential product market fit. So we went with that design and continued to develop it. And today we're thankful that the same design, we've been able to integrate it into different kind of solutions, larger size, smaller sizes, different applications as well. But primarily, we've been serving the decentralized needs out there for rural and disaster hit areas.
It's such a great example of one of the most important things in the construction of any early stage companies, which is the accurate diagnosis of reality, right? You know, usually when you're in your lab, you're thinking, well, of course this is going to be great. And then you take it out into the world, and the world informs you that maybe the world thinks a little bit differently than maybe you do inside the lab. Diana, just talk to us about the discovery of that reality for the first. I mean, who was your first? Maybe just talk about your first customer and what you learned from spending time with them. What did that first deployment tell you about where X-Atoms needed to go in terms of the design of the solution or the business model around it?
Yeah, so initially when we started with our commercialization, we looked into purely drinking water. So looking at communities that don't have access to clean and safe drinking water. Communities, actually, we were targeting first communities in Kenya, South Africa, and we were working with them. But then we realized that if we want to make this big move faster, we will need to look into industrial applications as well. And really breaking into the drinking water sector is extremely difficult in North America. That's where we're based.
Yep.
So we started looking at the different applications within that space. And I think about a year ago, we visited our first mine site in Canada. So gold mines have big problem with cyanide, for example. And we realized that maybe we could look into heavy metal extraction with these photocatalysts, as well as cyanide degradation at the same time. And then again, there was another problem when we found out that it's really difficult to work with the mines and get into a very conservative system, you know, where they are used to all technologies, and now we're coming with a technology that is so innovative and is using quantum and all of this stuff. So we then started looking into smaller pilots in the agriculture space, and we were also looking into the textile space. And then one thing we learned was we should look at where they already using these types of materials. So we actually headed to Japan, and we spent a couple of weeks in Japan. And Japan is actually a place where photocatalysts were first invented. They're being used for air purification, water purification, self-cleaning surfaces. They're very widely spread there, but not as widely spread in North America. So we actually learned from Japanese researchers about how they broke into the market, and that helped us to get our first pilots with a textile manufacturer down in the States, as well as multiple farmers and multiple large agricultural facilities across Canada, so we could use the water, for example, for irrigation, recycling, and save water for textile manufacturing facilities. So one of the facilities we work with is based in Georgia in the US, and they actually lose 1 million liters of water every single day for manufacturing textile. And with our materials, we can actually save it and again use it for next day.
Understood. The T word's been said, the textile world, which I know that you spent a reasonable amount of time in it. Like, what have you learnt about the needs of your consumers, and how does it inform your design decisions going forward? And maybe there's something that we were talking about at dinner last night that I thought was really interesting, is that often when you rely on a third party, so a partner of some description, for the delivery of your value proposition. So I've got a thing, you know a customer, you incorporate this thing into the solution that you're going to... Sometimes your value proposition suffers because they don't, they either don't care as much or don't understand as much about how it works. Like, how have you thought about that stage in terms of the development of Indra? How has that felt for you, discovering these parts of the go-to-market?
Yeah, we, like as you said, we have spent a lot of time, in fact, I would say the first 5 years, trying to understand the problem at the ground for the textile customer.
Right.
And one of our biggest learnings was that most textile customers are struggling with the variation of the input load.
Yeah.
The wastewater never stays the same. It is, you have high pollutants at one point, then you have a washing stream which has a low pollutant load, you have surfactants at some point. Now these are very different pollutants requiring different approaches, different systems to deal with them. And predominantly most of the textiles, like based on what I saw in India, they were using biological systems. Nothing wrong with biological systems, but they were not suited for these applications. And the inorganics in it was not just good enough for bacteria to you feed on and sustain. And that is why most of these plants would go down. And textile customers, to recover more water, in India they have gone right up to 6 or 7 stage ROs. Now that's crazy because the costs skyrocket, and more importantly, the concentrated brine stream that comes after that just can't deal with it. So the overall cost of zero liquid discharge in such settings is prohibitively expensive. So most textile customers, they just count the solution out of the picture then. Like, the solution cannot even be operated in those settings. So what we realized is we need to do a lot of the heavy lifting up front. You need to solve pre-treatment, and more importantly, you need to solve for the variation that comes in. And that's where we started adapting to more on the controls side rather than just the hardware. Because,
right.
Yeah. And the other part was that even when you do this on the control side, like for us, the solution is electrical. So what kind of power supply systems, what kind of power ratings do you go with? And those decisions need to be dynamic on the field. You need to solve for the toughest use case, but you need to be also, you need to find a way in which you're operating at the optimal parameters and only spiking up when required, because otherwise your costs would skyrocket. So we had to solve for that. But having said all this, at an industrial setting where conditions can be as different as somebody dumping hydrochloric acid close to you, or an operator not knowing what to do and pressing something, or all kinds of problems can happen. It is so important for your product to be simple, which is where I was listening to David when he was saying, we literally cut down 70% of the complexity in our products. Like, everybody used to ask us, what's the moat going to be when you make it simpler? I believe if you're able to get to 10,000 pieces of manufacturing in a water plant, you don't need another moat around that. And that is what we realized. A lot of the complexity had to go to the controls, the firmware, software, which was much easier to continuously improve upon. Now coming to the second part, where working with partners, that is so important for any product-driven company. Like, when we're talking about a water project, it is your solutions being deployed, there is system integration happening, there are processes being taken care of, there are SOPs being built, there is civil work which is being done. There are so many different stakeholders working together to make a water project work. Now, as a OEM product developer, when we're taking our product into the market and handing it over to someone else, do they truly understand how to integrate it with other downstream systems? Do they understand why a particular SOP is critical? Do they understand why do we need less or more of hydraulic retention time in certain systems? Now, those are the places where corners are cut sometimes, and those lead to extremely good solutions not functioning well in certain scenarios. And our learning was to, again, simplify all these integrations. So as a startup, you ideally don't want to take too many responsibilities as you're growing. But for us, we realized that we need to start doing it in smaller projects first. So we started doing end-to-end installations of simpler and smaller projects. We're very particular about selecting them. And then as our expertise built, we started including partners in these smaller projects and building them over time. In fact, we have gone out of our way to even help our vendors reorganize their shop floors so that the quality control is much better. And we have helped our partners decide how to hire, what kind of training is needed at site. We have, in fact, we have these different checks all around, which is managed by our team now. And an accumulation of experience over these smaller projects helps you get to the larger ones. So it is inevitable that we will have to get involved. Every startup will have to get involved with a larger part of the value proposition, because ultimately you are deploying large projects and your customer is B2B or in some cases B2G, and they don't want to deal with hundreds of stakeholders. So the question is, how do you simplify all these different steps and make it simpler for everyone to work with you? And that's what we have focused on.
Yeah, it's so interesting. You know, everybody always thinks about the development of early stage companies as like, hey, the technology. I always get asked about technologies. I'm like, no, we need to talk about value propositions and the actual delivery of the value proposition. The technology is fine. Like, that's okay. It's everything else that needs to be built around it in order to allow that value to be released. Andrew, when we were discussing this talk earlier, you said something really interesting about getting out into the market early, which I think there's a sort of received wisdom within startups about, you know, the lean startup methodology and kind of, you know, releasing a product early, and it's all very well with software, but it's, you know, usually a different proposition with hardware. But you were really adamant about the importance of getting out of the lab and getting into contact with your customer. Can you just talk about that wrestle and kind of what you learned, what it taught you, the importance of getting out of the lab early?
Yeah, so this is why we are right now totally redesigning the device.
Great. Learning.
I mean,
learning and iteration.
Those are the experience you couldn't get anywhere. You just build something. It could be stupid, it could be ugly, but it has to work. And you put out the technology-wise side into the machine, simple machine, whatever. You put it out there. If clients buy, and you make the money, now you start thinking about, okay, cool. We gotta gather some feedback and improve something that we've been working for the past couple of years, couple of months, half a year, whatever. And so this is the very important pivotal point in startups is in hardware startups, of course.
Yeah.
As, we may be talking about there's software, hardware, which is good, better, but we are working together. Right now, this is the time where hardware cannot basically work without software. If your hardware works without software, it means you are not gathering important data, or you are not
There's a lot on the table.
You'll be like a blind kitten somewhere. It's crazy to think about this. So you go out there, you build ugly things, but you build them beautifully in terms of scientific and customer-wise. And the very important point that I learned actually is first of our devices, they were built on like basic freezing machine. Like it was like very basic. $200 machine, sold it for $1,200 after our magical works that it's gonna purify water, and then we're making the profit. And then when we realized that people actually, they want not just pure ice, they want water, they want hot water, and all of that, then you start, you're in the different position right now because you know what market wants. And I heard a lot of things that you have just one chance to impress the market. Nope. I mean, if you fail hard, this is going to be your first and last chance. But if you gather feedback, talk to your customers, talk to the audience, like we are doing it currently, right? So we are just expressing our thoughts with the audience. This is the same when you're talking to your customer. And this is very important, not just for startup-wise, but for the big companies to do so. Because, of course, we all think that, we know everything, we know our client, we know this, we know that. But startup-wise, we don't know nothing. And at the very beginning, go ahead, do whatever you just can, maximum. Gather important feedback, grow sales. I mean, this is the important thing. Some people, they're afraid to make sales. I mean, some startups, they're just, we're gonna do freemium, we're gonna do this.
We're gonna work on this, and that could be a little.
This is
you
cool to have when this is a novelty and this is a new technology. This is cool to have a cheap entry point, because people, they usually, if you want to try some, okay, I'm out there next year on the market, meltwater devices. You say, oh yeah, it looks beautiful, I love the design, but I don't know how it works. Maybe it doesn't work. I don't want to just waste $1,000 for a device that doesn't work. So this is where subscription-based models, rentals came into the place, and then it's easier to sell a $30 service than a $1,000 device. We still make the money in terms of rental, and this is like the important point that I usually try to to speak to the startups and then gather feedback, and they try to sell their expensive products. I say, cool to sell, keep on selling, but still try to do something that people can get in touch with, like on a very simple stage.
Yeah, having that flexibility is so crucial. No, I applaud that. Yeah. The other thing I applaud, David, is there is a temptation for all founders to just take any opportunity that's there. It's almost as if, they feel as if they're on the ocean, and anything that looks like a commercial sale, kind of, I've got to grab it. But you've been one of the more disciplined entrepreneurs in understanding exactly when to say no. And it's almost as important in a startup's journey to understand what you are doing. It's almost important to understand what you're not doing at a given point in time as to understand what it is that you are doing. Can you talk to us a little bit about your experience of that paradigm, because you're rather good at it?
Sure. Yeah, it was not easy to say no to various opportunities, especially when we were in the early days. There was this one particular opportunity to enter into the military market. There was a former general of the Singapore Army, and he became a venture capitalist, and he wanted to invest in us because he said that you guys are doing great for the market that you're serving, disaster relief. Why not build something a little bit more premium and then venture with me into the military market across Southeast Asia and Singapore as well. We thought hard and deep about this because there was good amount of funding, and we thought that military market, they have big budgets and potentially a bigger market out there. But there were two main reasons that eventually led us to reconsider whether we should really go in. Number one was the fact that when we went if we go into the military market, it would change the fundamental DNA of our product development, the way that we think about product development. The military thinks a lot about complexity, about specifications, specific, and ensuring that many risk factors are mitigated. So that would make the solution a lot more chunkier, a lot more complex, and they had less restrictions when it comes to restraints, when it comes to, let's say, availability of electricity and technical expertise. Some of these things which our current market in the disaster relief space, they don't have as much, and it would cause us to think quite differently when we were going into the military market. The second area is in the go-to-market strategy. We would have to deal with a lot of tendering, bidding, going through distributors who are linked to various generals, and that was something that we weren't sure if that was our cup of tea. At the same time, it's also a lot longer in terms of sales cycle.
Yep.
So the learning and the exposure will be a lot more extended, and we wanted to grow much faster. Actually, there's one more reason, which is something that, alluding to Tom, your podcast, you shared something about the slipper test, about being able to wake up in the morning and wear your slippers and think that this is the mission that I'm called to. So that was something that we thought that it would be a drift from the original mission that we wanted to come together to work on. So for those reasons, we said no to the military market in the early days. And we said that we're okay to go in once we have a more stable base. And perhaps that's something that we will look at now that we are much further into the journey. But in the early days, we wanted to be mission-focused in where we are serving.
Well, I think that's very admirable in clarity, and I'll give you your $10 later for mentioning our podcast, The Fundamental Molecule. Thank you very much. I want to talk quickly about financing at the end of this, at the end of our session together. Diana, how have you found the fundraising market? I mean, obviously you've been reasonably successful at it, but how are you thinking about funding the next stage of growth?
Well, for us, it was a combination of grants and VC funding. We have raised over $3.5 million in VC funding and then around $2 million in grants up to date. I think that raising the VC funding was very difficult, especially at the stage we were at back like a year ago.
Yeah.
The most interesting thing was when every time we pitched to purely water VCs, we would not get funding from them because they told us that they got burned many times and they are now looking to invest into companies that are much later stage.
Right.
When it comes to water.
Yeah.
They want to see bigger traction. So that's why we got funding from quantum funds, purely tech funds, which are excited about the technology. And I think for our next stage of fundraising, we're looking into the water funds.
Right.
We have hit the revenue and the traction they wanted us to have. So we'll be raising $6 million next year for our seed round, and then around $4 million in grants, so around $10 million next year.
Great, that's very helpful. Amrit, if you could advise other founders, I mean, you took on a VC round, I believe, last year, and you've taken various sort of tranches of funding. Like, how are there any advice to founders out there around taking VC funding? Is there anything they should watch out for? By the way, nothing that you can say would offend me. It's fine, don't worry.
So I think what is important before you go for VC funding is to realize what stage of the company you are in. I've always believed this, that VC funding comes when you're in the growth phase, when you're expanding, deploying a solution in the market, and grants are better suited for product development, research, because you need to look at the interests and the alignment there. A VC, generally a VC fund has a specific life period, and when you're taking the money from them, what would be the pressures in terms of returns that have to be given, the exits that have to be given, and your own product's gestation period, the journey that you believe that you'll be able to make before your product is mature enough that can sell, and the sale itself is like a knock-on effect. So VC funding should be closer to that, so that you're able to kind of do justice to yourself as well as them, because you don't want, if you're doing a deep tech product, you don't also want to be in a situation where you're trying to force everyone through, and in certain situations, science takes time. We just need to make peace with it.
Yep.
In fact, it took us better part of 5 years to make peace with that, and you were there most of the time with us during that journey. But yeah, that's what I believe about VC funding, and I also believe that the VC funding works as a catalyzer, so it should be taken in stages. The right quantity of fund is very important, because too much of money at a stage where you're not able to use it actually doesn't help, because it creates problems after that.
Yep.
So finding the right ticket size is also very, very important.
No, absolutely. It's really important to understand the VC business model, because it is daunting, I have to say. In order to do what we need to do, it's really quite tough.
Yep.
And then the other thing I think is really to understand what the competitive nature is, right? Is that, and take it really seriously. Like, you're competing against other people who provide your value proposition, but when you start going into the VC or fundraising conversations, like, you're actually competing within everybody within their field of vision. It is unbelievably competitive, and so your argument's got to be really good. Okay, we're coming out to the end of our time together. We're going to go round, last round here. I want you to do two things very quickly. So the first person is unfortunate, and I don't know who it's going to be yet. But I want you to do two things. Firstly, your biggest piece of advice to other people who are starting companies coming up behind you. And secondly, is there anything that the audience can do for you? Okay, so two things, and we are going to start with Andrew.
Yeah, I knew that somehow. Well, as a closing remarks, probably, I would like to express gratitude, and we probably all like to express gratitude to the people of Saudi Arabia, to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and to the organizers of this great event, which is great. Thank you so much. Well, the piece of advice is just be bold, do what you love, feel it, and don't ever stage in laboratory for the long period of time. Go out there and do the market traction, which is very important. Do the sales, talk to people. This was probably one of my biggest piece of advice during this session, and which is important. Auditorium. What can auditorium do for us? I haven't ever seen so much people in one industry ever. I mean, we all are about water here, and then water is about life. And life on our planet won't be available if there wasn't water in here. So thank you for each of you to contribute to this extremely important topic and to this extremely important chemical material on our planet. And no ask, just thank you.
So we are at time, so you're going to go really quickly, okay? Amrit, you're next.
I got it.
I think Andrew summed everything up beautifully. I'll just add to that for new entrepreneurs who are going out, be wedded to the purpose and not just the product. Sometimes it's important to take feedback in and be adaptive enough to evolve in your business models.
Fantastic. David?
Yeah, I'll just echo that. I think for water entrepreneurs who are budding, be very clear about which segment you want to go in, and also interview as many customers, talk to them, and make sure that you understand them fully before you enter into the phase of designing and iterating on your product. I think for the audience out there, feel free to follow us on our social medias, and if you are looking at any solution that helps you in your resilience for disasters or climate matters, please feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you, David. Diana, the last word.
Surround yourself with people who are smarter than you.
Testify.
With experts, and what we are looking for specifically, we are looking for expanding here into Saudi Arabia. I was here 5 weeks ago. I'm here back because Saudi Arabia is very interested in our technology, so we're looking for funding and opportunities for pilots here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Diana. And thank you to all of you for listening. I hope that was a reasonable insight into the process of building a company from 4 of the finest exponents of that particular genre of activity. Please join me in thanking Amrit, David, Diana, and Andrew.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists and Tom for moderating this fascinating discussion. Thank you very much. Kindly accept this gesture, a token of appreciation presented to you by the Saudi Water Authority. Thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session showcases innovative finances approaches that are definitely transforming the water security initiatives across the MENA region. Our upcoming presentation is going to highlight how the strategic financial mechanisms are being deployed to address critical water challenges while at the same time promoting sustainable development. I was just having a very rich chat in the green room back to our upcoming speaker. And I'm really glad that we will have a chance today to hear from him because he has such an extensive and rich knowledge and a very long experience knowing exactly the case in the Arab region in different countries as well. And he had also a great experience in North America. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Abd Samir Filfil, the Economic Advisor at the Arab Fund for Economic and Social Development, to share his insights with us. Dr. Filfil, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a great honor to be with you today representing the Arab Fund for Economic and Social Development based in Kuwait. And I would like to thank the Saudi Water Authority for inviting us. And I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for supporting the Arab Fund, being the second largest shareholder in the fund and supporting it for more than 50 years. The Arab Fund has been in the heart of development finance for the Arab countries for more than 5 decades. Supporting projects, funding more than 700 projects with the cost of above $12 billion in many sectors, including water, energy, logistics, transportations, health, and education. But nowadays, water is a very urgent issue. It is a very urgent call for the Arab Fund. We have 17 countries of the 22 countries of the 22 Arab countries that are among the poorest water, among the most stressed, water-stressed countries in the world. And then the need for financing water project is great. And we just wanted, we adopted the water to be on our top list. We wanted in our new strategy, we wanted to be the water fund. We wanted to be, that is our impact to be concentrated in water in the Arab countries by two things, the innovative finance and supporting technological advances. And as just I started, I'm talking about the Arab countries or the MENA region. It is the most water-stressed region globally, and for reasons I think we all know. A security issue. It is related to the urban supply gap for water and related to water, to food and food system and job creation for a new generation, and also for energy. The interdependence between energy and water, and it is very big, and it is costing low-income and middle-income countries very large portion of their budgets. And then when we think of the solution for the water for the Arab region, we think that the solution should be regional and based on collaboration and scaled finance. We will come to the financing issue and why there is a need for the innovative finance, because I'll give you some a brief background about the issues facing the finance development institution and the multilateral development bank in general, and why they cannot continue doing what they used to do. And here it's the Arab Fund and what the Arab Fund has done with water. That for 5 decades, the Arab Fund was financing dams in many Arab countries and treatment stations. And the instrument that we used in the past, it was mainly sovereign loans and grants, and sometimes co-financing with the Arab Coordination Group. The Arab Coordination Group, it is alliance for the Arab Development Finance Institutions. It is about 10 institutions, 6 multilateral and 4 bilateral from Saudi Arabia here or based on Saudi Arabia. In the group, you have the Islamic Development Bank that is based in Jeddah, and you have the Saudi Fund. And our focus now is on the holistic approach for the water, energy, food ecosystem to try just to fix the whole issue, because it's you know better than anyone else. It is for water, we are talking about energy, and then the food come into perspective, and also the environmental aspects of it. And then most of the proposal now we receive for funding بحر البقر water treatment in Egypt. That project is one of the largest wastewater reclamation plant, and it's turned the agriculture wastewater into irrigation quality, and they use the quality for many projects in Sinai for irrigation and for environmental restoration. And a project like that, we look like a project like that because it has a very large impact and it is large scale, and there was co-financing, there was partnership in financing the project between the Arab Fund and the Kuwait Fund for development as well. And this project, it was recognized impact as a showcase for the development project. Also, when we talk about dams and the storage, the Arab Fund supported many dams and many projects in the Arab countries. Some of them, it's in Sudan, in Morocco, in Jordan. Many of them are in Tunisia and in Algeria. And there are some stories the Arab Fund is proud of when it comes to something like Marawi Dam in Sudan. In that case, actually, none of the international development organization was willing to support the dam, but the Arab Fund found that the huge impact, development impact of the project, and they were the first to support it and to crowd fund for it among the ACG or the Arab Coordination Group. Also, it's recently, and this project is a great reflection of the great need for water in the Arab country. It is the the national water conveyor in Jordan that is designed for desalinating 300 million cubic meter in Aqaba and to transport them in a pipeline from Aqaba to Amman. This is about 460 kilometers, and with the cost like $6.4 billion. It's a huge project, but for Jordan, it's very critical because Jordan is Amman, the Amman city, is facing a day zero scenario in 2 years if nothing happened. And it's a scary situation. The Arab Fund is proud to fund this project, and we already funded the energy component of it, which uses some solar and renewable energy. And also, we are collaborating with many other development institutions in financing the desalination facilities and the pipeline that include the EIB, IFC, the EU, and USAID was in and off for some period, but the project is going ahead, and they are about to close their financing in 2 or 3 months. And this is an example of the international collaboration among development institutions to develop, to fund such a huge project. And here I would like to share with you also that is the Water Development Financing Forum that we had in January in Kuwait. In that forum, we built a mechanism for making daily flow among the development finance institution to co-finance projects, and also agreement to build practical, to offer more technical assistance and to use shared resources and communities of excellence to support countries. Because in many cases for developing countries, you have the national authorities, they don't have the capacity to develop the project to make it a bankable project. There was an agreement in that forum as one of the outcomes is to make the daily flows and to offer the technical assistance and to build a platform for financing water projects in the Arab region. That our water platform is our way to escalate financing for water projects. And we have 3 pillars in the water platform. And that water platform, we will launch it next year, and we will invite you to visit it because it will include a pipeline for a project to originate a project, and blended finance among development finance institution. And also there is a very big component in the platform for knowledge and data that is included in the platform, and also the capacity and technical assistance including for many stakeholders to join. So far, we got the commitment of the Islamic Development Bank. The World Bank is a major partner with us, and also the Kuwait Fund for Development and other members of the Arab coordination groups are in the platform. will announce the launching of the platform early next year. We would invite you to visit it and to see opportunities for supporting themes for us with other development finance institution included desalination with renewables and flexible grids, and non-revenue water. Non-revenue water reduction is a big thing. I know there was many sessions talking about the technological advancement and innovation related to reducing that. This is one of our priorities. Private sector of getting into the mix of investing in water, because it makes no sense for them to get into investment with non-revenue water that the water will be wasted that much, 50% of the water or 60% of the water. We have seen it in a few capitals. I don't like to name any, but the private sector said, we are not interested. It will be very costly for us and not feasible. Also, the wastewater reuse and for agriculture and industry, we are currently supporting a few pilot projects for that. And also, we are supporting a few pilot projects on desalination using renewable for agriculture. There is one pilot project going on in Jordan and one is starting in Egypt. And we would like to, if you have proposals in that domain, we would like to review and to see if we can support it. Also, the watershed restoration and aquifer recharge, these are our priority here. And one project more than the institutional support, which is very, very important, but it comes as a second priority for us. It's not at the top. Here, it's when we talk about financing at a scale, how can we collaborate? Okay, here is They are doing the same thing for 50, 60 years. What happened? What happened is that this organization, the World Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, the Saudi Fund, the OPEC Fund, in the past, they used to provide concessional finance with the interest rate something like 2% for 30 years with 8 years grace period. They cannot do that anymore. And they cannot do that because of the resources and because of the cost of the projects. The projects right now cost a lot. When we talked about the national conveyor in Jordan, we are talking about $6.4 billion that is needed for the project. It's not a small amount of money. The blended finance meant to mix some of the resources this organization have with some other instrument for the private sector to encourage them, to get them to deploy, to mobilize private capital into the sector. Are the main thing when we talk about the scaling the finance. And also we are talking about joint appraisal. We are currently collaborating with the Saudi fund. We are collaborating with the World Bank. We go on appraisal together to lower the cost of getting the project ready. And my time is almost up, and just the call for action. If there is a call for action here in this conference, I would encourage you to, I heard a great innovative idea in terms of technology. I would encourage you to seek the finance support, to reach out to the financial resources. If you have a pilot project idea, or you have some even idea close to commercializations, we would appreciate that. Please reach out to us. And here is my contact information if anything. And thank you for the organizer and everyone.
It's really exciting to see how strategic financing is driving impactful water security initiatives. Thank you very much, Dr. Abdessamir. Kindly accept this token of appreciation presented to you by the Saudi Water Authority as a thank you for your rich contribution to the conference. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear about Singapore's collaborative model for water sustainability. Our upcoming session is going to explore how Singapore's water ecosystem enables practical cross-sector collaboration to drive sustainable innovation. This case study is going to showcase how industry-to-industry partnerships supported by a strong regulatory and innovation frameworks together, how they're delivering real solutions to diverse water challenges in business and also in industrial settings. We're delighted to have three distinguished speakers with us to discuss this case study, and we will start by welcoming Michael To, the Managing Director of Singapore Water Association. Michael, the stage is yours. Welcome.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here today. First of all, I would like to congratulate my colleagues from the Saudi Water Authority for a wonderful event. Indeed, we have learned a lot, and I think there's enough for us to really ponder, to think, and to really put solutions on the ground. So we are extremely happy to be here and be partner to you on this very important sessions. So I stand between you and two very interesting companies, my members. So I would like to keep my presentation brief. I will do a short introduction about some of the challenges that we are facing in Singapore, but at the same time to introduce a little bit about Singapore Water Association as we are participating here for the very first event. I think we are really gathered here. I think this platform presents a really very timely and important milestone. There are challenges lies ahead. I think we have heard lots and lots of solutions. But the work remains huge, the challenge remains immense. So it's extremely important that we put our heads together, put our ideas together, but more importantly, put our energy and commitment together in solving our water challenge. For knowledge, and we are a hub for partnership. We now have what we call 4 national taps where we have diversified into non-conventional water resources such as new water, which is recycled water, as well as desalinated water. We do so, one of the ways we do so to diversify is to invest in R&D, and we invest a lot. Most recently, just last week, the government has mentioned that we will invest $37 billion for the next 7 years, for the next 5 years, for research and development. So today, Singapore enjoys 100% access to clean drinking water and sanitation. We are able to meet the needs of our industries, and one of the things that we are most proud of is we have safe drinking water from the tap 24/7. We couldn't have done it by chance. I think from the onset of our independence, we were very clear that water is really an existential challenge. And in fact, our founding Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, said at the Singapore International Water Week 2007 that every other policy had to bend on the knees of water survival. So we have a single ministry now who's in charge of water and a single water authority, like what we have here in Saudi Arabia, who's responsible for managing the entire water. Membrane technology. I think 2 of the companies who will be presenting after us, my members, will be talking about their solutions. So we believe in that. But as you can see, climate change we have excellence, but stay ahead of emerging challenges. And lastly, we need to invest on people. I see a lot of young people here today. I'm extremely heartened. Excellency, thanks for coming. I think our young people really sets the future. And I think you'll see 2 of our younger guys here today with us this afternoon. So we need to encourage investment in our people. And the other thing that I think we have realized, and I've repeated in my many meetings, is that we want to grow an industry that is vibrant, that's able to meet our national needs. We open ourselves to ideas, we test the technology, we want to collaborate with all of you, see how best we can work with you to meet our needs. So I talk about investment in R&D, but we also create alphabets, SWA. So please do not sue us for it. We are a collaborative platform. We bring together partners. We welcome everybody to be our members. We range from a lot of it. We see a lot of it in the expo floor. I really like to commend the Saudi Water Authority for bringing all this together in the exhibition floor. We can see real solutions on the ground. So our international partnership, Excellency, I wanted to thank you again for coming to Singapore earlier this year. We had a very good meeting. I think there was a lot of ideas that was exchanged. But more importantly, I really applaud and commend the effort of our Saudi colleagues who want to work with some of our smaller but more innovative solutions. Some of us are here today. So thank you for the opportunity for us to be working with you. And we hope that this is useful for you, but more importantly, it's useful for Singapore because we will take the learnings as well. But we continue to collaborate. We are working with China to develop capabilities as well. We work closely with other international organizations and regional associations. So I welcome all of you to join us for the Singapore International Water Week, which takes place in June 2026. And we promise you it will be a very full event, and we hope to see all of you at the event. So before to share his presentation. So thank you for your attention, and we'll be around to talk a little bit more later.
Hi, thank you, Michael. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Yihong. I'm a director with Santa. Today, I want to share a little bit about diversifying water supply with membrane technology, and about the new water story that Michael had shared a little bit about just now. So, new water. I'm not sure if you guys heard Michael just now. New water is Singapore's water recycling solution to supplement Singapore's water supply. So new water really started as a research project. It actually started as a desalination project that Santa's founder, Dr. Lan, was very fortunate to be a part of with his mentor, Prof. Wong Min Keong, and his senior, Ms. Olivia Lam. So the New Water project, the research project that New Water was started as, was actually a desalination project. However, when it was started, when desalination was looked at as a solution for Singapore, it didn't work for the reason that just as water was imported into Singapore as a solution for water supply, energy was also being imported. So, in fact, desalination, being quite an energy-intensive solution, didn't work out that well for Singapore. That was in the mid-90s. So, Prof. Wong and Dr. Lan, our founder, looked into the science behind how the membranes work and decided that, hey, maybe we can look at other sources of feed that could be available into a water source for Singapore. And in fact, that's how they came across and decided to look into sewage as a water source for Singapore. So now sewage, it looks very dirty, but in fact, because of its lower osmotic pressure, it's actually a more suitable water source for membrane treatment and less energy intensive to treat, and therefore less expensive to treat than desalination. So that was what kicked off that PUB New Water Study that was commissioned in 1998, and that's what eventually was developed into New Water for Singapore, and that was what drove the growth of High Flux, Ms. Olivia's company, for the last for the initial 20 years, and our founder, Dr. Lan, also got a recognition award from then Minister of Environment, Ms. Lim Swee Say, in the early 2000s. So, new water, I think, so how is new water used in Singapore? So first, as opposed to what people normally during periods of water shortages. So Singapore experienced like droughts, I think sometime in the last decade, where there was a period where there was no rain for maybe 30, 40 days, something that's quite rare for Singapore. So the reservoir levels actually went down, so that was when they opened up the new water and use it to supplement into the reservoirs. But that water source would then go into a tap water plant before it then goes into the tap. Right? So new water is projected to meet 40% of Singapore's water demand, and we have the goal of increasing that to 55% by 2060. So you can see that even though it's one of the 4 national taps for Singapore, is, I think, in terms of volume, it is by far the most important one. But what is the water, which is a natural source? New water faces psychological barriers because it's derived from recycled wastewater, which makes it harder for the public to accept it as potable. But that doesn't mean that, but new water still has a very important role to play in terms of efficient allocation of resources. And I think ultimately, the reason why Singapore has four national taps and not just 1 or 2 is because the importance of water security, importance of diversification, right? There are times when, for example, we cannot solely rely on catchment, local water catchment, because of climate change, because, you might not get enough rainwater, right? For many reasons, we cannot also solely rely on imported water from across the strait, because, that's not always, frankly, always will be there, right? So desalination, new water, imported water, water catchment, and they are all complementary to each other. It's used in the production of petrochemicals, and it's been recycled and been sent to the cooling towers, so not for potable use. We have also done a lot of work with biopharmaceutical companies, electroplating companies, dye stuff companies. So industrial water reuse can be a good source of non-potable water for industry, right? Which we think is very critical if we want to expand the industrial base for any country, because we don't want water to be the limiting factor of industrialization. Saudi Arabia over the next 4 to 5 years. So data centers require a lot of water for cooling. I think people would say that water would be one of the limiting factors for the build out of data centers, and that has certainly been the case for Malaysia, where they have run out of water for cooling, and therefore they've been looking at alternative water sources, right? So one of the and we also do the EPC, as well as in certain cases we do PPP investments for some of these water treatment plants as well. So show that in the number of patents and applied processes that we have developed. Yeah. And finally, I think the water before it can be sent for industry use for cooling tower needs. Yeah. So this is, I think this is some of the photos of one of the pilots that we have in Malaysia. Just pure H2O. Now you wouldn't drink it, but then it can be a good water source for cooling towers, for boiler water, for any kind of non-potable industrial use, which we think is critical for the development of industries in any region. Right. So well, it is actually drinkable, but so I think the numbers. I think what we want to show with this technology is that despite the fluctuations in the income stage. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dr. Leong. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And firstly, I would like to say thanks to Saudi Water Authority and Singapore Water Association to having us here. Today, I want to introduce we medicine focus on how to utilize the brine waters. Last year, we were joining for the GPIW here, and we got a special award using our reverse electrodialysis, which we also using brine water to generate electricity. But today, we're going to introduce another chapter of how we're going to utilize the brines. I think these numbers are pretty, everybody knowing these numbers, this is information that worldwide, how much the brines we are discharging to the sea daily. That's over 150 million tons daily we are discharging, and half of them is discharging from the Middle East and the GCC area. And unfortunately, a lot of market players are having a problem to neutralize this. The Middle East here, compared to the Asia, almost 30% is higher now. So when you think about when you're young age, you are not able to see those fishes that you used to see nowadays. Because of it, the marine environment has been changes. Coral has been, gone, and the fish is away. Industry has been done, and so everybody's afraid to bring into their business. So once when you have those kind of backup, I see a lot of opportunities. Our colleagues around the world, especially in Saudi Arabia, some of the doctors are really focused on to do the brine mining as well. And for now, how they how they managing this brine is unfortunately. That before you discharge into the sea, you need to dilute at least 10 times. So when you think about just 1 cubic meters daily you discharging, you need to pumping up almost 10 cubic meters of the water to dilute it. So when you think about this one, you're going to have a big problem on CAPEX and OPEX as well. So this kind of things makes a barrier the market player to do this something good, how to make a neutralize, not to harming the environment. So today we're gonna introduce the brine extraction. Especially we are extracting magnesiums from the brine. So we've been doing this research here since 2017, and we over the 10 years, almost 10 years, we finally complete the POC proof of concepts in Korea, and now we are having a project. Industry, like your mobile phone, like your car, airplane, without magnesium, you are not able to make a strong aluminum, which is aluminum alloy. So every day, the most of industry, steel industry, they requiring over 1,000 tons of the magnesium just to do the alloy of the aluminum. So when you see this picture, so we are just a simple diagram. Capacity is around 120,000 of a cubic meter. But let's just use 100,000 cubic meter to make easy calculations. So when you use a Singapore case, daily we can extract around 800 tons of the magnesium carbonate. And this magnesium carbonate actually requires a lot of industry, not only steel industry. It can go for the pharmaceutical, agricultural stuff. A lot of industry requires this magnesium. And the price of the magnesium, I'm talking about the pure magnesium, it goes up to the almost $4,000 to $5,000 per tons of the magnesium. And this is a very conventional method, you are eligible to pay for those taxes. But during our process, we created the green carbons, a green magnesium, which is going to offtake your magnesiums, the carbons from the magnesium purchases. The photos that we are seeing here is the actual of the cubic meter size at this moment. And we're going to do the POC for 1 year. And after following years, we are increased to over 10,000 cubic meters of the brine mining facility. And due to our times here, thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please reach to us here. Thank you very much.
Clear that Singapore's model offers valuable lessons for global water sector. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Michael, Dr. Yi Hong, and Dasoon, for sharing these inspiring examples of collaboration, innovation. Please let's give them a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to present a token of appreciation to the Ministry of Education to appreciate helping students to participate in this amazing and remarkable conference and broaden their outlooks for their futures. So together let's welcome المهندس وسام عزام حابس مساعد المدير العام لتعليم جدة. Let's give them a big round of applause, everyone. Thanking the Saudi Ministry of Education for their participation in IDWS 2025. The Ministry of Education had a very rich participation in this version of IDWS, ladies and gentlemen, being part of the Miathon, helping students to actually achieve remarkable projects and school visits. And they continue to do these efforts and encourage students in all ages. Thank you very much. Our upcoming session, ladies and gentlemen, highlight how successful collaboration between the public and the private entities is enabling cities to scale access, to drive innovation, and to ensure sustainability in water services. Our keynote speaker is Simon Baker. He's the Vice President at ACOM, and he's going to share with us a lot of valuable insights on how these models are actually reshaping the urban water systems and how they're fostering the accountability. Simon, welcome to the stage.
Thank you, and I'm very pleased to be here. My first time in Jeddah, in this beautiful city. I wasn't expecting so much rain. So I'm going to be talking about PPPs and sharing some thoughts. So why are we even talking PPPs right now? Well, there's a lot of compounding pressures on us around the world. First, we see a lot of increase in water demand, rising populations, increased industries, data centers, all needing more water. We also see the climate changing, more droughts, more intense rainfalls. All of that means that we need more resilient water systems. We also see in many countries that there's a very high degree of urbanization. Populations are growing significantly, and the rate of infrastructure growth in those cities can't keep up with the population growth. Then there's the added pressure of trying to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. The water sector globally is a huge producer of greenhouse gases because of the energy demand. And lastly, what we find is that there's a big capital investment need, and the public purse often cannot fund those demands. So PPP is a tool in the toolbox that can help satisfy some of these demands. So when we talk about PPP, there's really 5 key components, advantages. One, if you have the planning up front, you can deliver faster and deliver services faster to the communities. You can also access finance from the EPC side, bringing in new technologies, as more importantly on the operation and maintenance. A lot of opportunity there over your 25 to 35-year O&M period. And lastly, a PPP isn't just a project that goes on for 25 or 35 years until the end of the term, but the infrastructure is still there and it continues long in the future, providing resiliency to our communities. So historically, when we look at PPPs, there was a kind of an emphasis on the financing and on the EPC side, the operations and maintenance. The PPPs are less transactional and more of a partnership over the long run. When it comes to the operations and maintenance, there's a lot of opportunity there during your term to continue to bring in innovation, especially digital tools to improve efficiency, reduce chemicals, reduce energy, upskill staff. And that's especially important because during that 25 to 35-year period, there will be changes that are coming. You can't predict everything. So there needs to be that flexibility during operations and maintenance to adjust the contract and be in partnership with the PPP developers. So in terms of what makes a PPP successful, Secondly, you need to have a very stable policies. You need stable regulations. Very important for investors to see that stability. Then having contract models that are somewhat consistent. You know, the investors don't want to be having different contract models for every opportunity. Having some degree of standardization is important. Then when preparing the contract documents, it's important to make them performance-based, not prescriptive. If you make them performance-based, it gives the PPP developer, the PPP team, gives them the opportunity to be creative, to innovate, and you're not constraining them. Another aspect is transparency, fairness in that procurement process, very important for the investors. And then lastly, the risk transfer. I'll touch on risk transfer in important to make your PPP successful. So when we talk about risk transfer, you've got the private sector takes some responsibilities, you know, for example, the construction, and then the public sector also takes some of the risk, for example, on the amount of water that is used or the amount of wastewater that is generated. They take the risk on regulations, for example. But then we have this bit in the middle, which is related to the shared risks. And in the past, in some of the older PPPs, there was a tendency to try and push as much of the risk to the private sector. That didn't always work out successfully. What we're seeing now is there's a bigger move to try and apportion the risk appropriately between the different parties. I've given you two examples here. One is unplanned events. So over a 25 or 35-year term, there will be things that come that you don't foresee, you can't plan for. So you need to be able to have a flexible contract mechanism in the spirit of partnership to adjust to those changes. Secondly, we have the operations performance. So the PPP firm will be responsible for running the infrastructure and meeting certain KPIs. But that's all within a certain envelope that is developed by the public sector. So for example, your wastewater volumes or your wastewater quality, you know, or your biosolids disposal. So there has to be some kind of boundaries over which the private sector can produce their performance. So I've got two case studies here. One is the Thames Tideway Tunnel in London. So this was a multi-billion-pound tunnel project that went right down the middle of the Thames River for 25 kilometers to carry wastewater. And the construction took about 10 years, just finished earlier this spring. It's a very successful project, but as with many PPPs, there was a lot of planning that went on up front. So we were involved way back in the 1990s, doing a lot of the feasibility, a lot of the planning to kind of set the boundary. You know, at face value, could have been seen as high risk because it's in a major capital city, a lot of disruption to the public, a lot of historical buildings, tunneling under a river. So we worked with the investors to provide them with a better understanding of the risks, the technical risks and the scheduling risks and others. So that was done to give the investors confidence to proceed with the project. Now I'm going to go from a big PPP project to a small PPP project. This one is very close to my heart. It's the Regina wastewater treatment plant in Canada. So this had a capital cost of $224 million. This includes the owner cost. The actual construction cost was only about $190 million. Why is this one so small? It's because the federal government provided an incentive, and they paid 25% of the capital cost. So that was one of the reasons why this was delivered using PPP. So we were involved in the upfront planning, again, to set the boundaries for the project. That was back in 2011. And then we went through the procurement process, and construction started in 2014 and finished in 2016. So 2.5 years of construction. The project was delivered on time and under budget. And what's interesting is that we have continued to play a role supporting the client in monitoring the PPP partner. So unplanned events do happen, such as population growing faster than expected, new industries moving into town. So we have to be able to work with the PPP developer to make adjustments. And we continue to provide O&M support, for events that happen in the sewer collection system that can impact the performance of the plant. The main thing is to have that regular and open and frank and transparent communication with the PPP. So it really is a partnership, not just a transactional contract. So when we look at Saudi Arabia, you check all the boxes for best practices incorporated into your contract documents. You've got a lot of PPPs coming at a frequency, which makes it more attractive to investors to invest resources in the region. And then you've got predictable arrangements for off-takers. And lastly, a lot of your PPP projects are very large. So that brings in the opportunity to bring in world-class, top-tier contractors, EPC contractors and operations and maintenance contractors to participate in the PPP. So when we look at the future, so PFAS from the water. Something else is to do water reuse, not just for irrigation, but to create drinking water quality water from wastewater that can then be injected into the groundwater to recharge aquifers, or it can be used to recharge say a reservoir. So we're seeing a lot of that, especially in the US West Coast. And then there's an opportunity for coming up with partnerships with industry. As we know, there's a lot of data centers being implemented and constructed all over the world. They use a lot of water, so there's opportunities there to involve them in the PPPs. And then lastly, there's a desire to be more sustainable from a resource recovery. So examples would be, let's say, on your sludge side, you can recover the energy to create electricity from the digester gas, or you can say take phosphorus out, make a phosphorus fertilizer. Yeah, lots of opportunities on resource recovery. Then very, very interesting is the whole digital space, which is advancing at a very rapid pace. And this is particularly important during the operations and maintenance cycle, because the tools can be used to improve efficiency and to optimize the performance. So, for example, having machine learning, AI tools that are analyzing the performance and making recommendations on how to improve. That can be in terms of performance of the plant, or it could be in terms of equipment maintenance and doing predictive maintenance. And then we have your water distribution network. You could have sensors all over the network, producing a lot of data and then analyzing that big data using AI tools to make the whole water grid more efficient. So a lot of opportunity there, especially during that O&M period, that 25 to 35 year period of operations and maintenance. And lastly, there is a desire to just be more sustainable in the infrastructure projects and in PPPs, and integrate the water sector with the energy sector, and to reduce the greenhouse gases. So when we talk about PPP excellence, there are certain things that global PPP developers are looking for. Improve efficiency. There needs to be incentives to encourage the PP developers to bring those tools in. And then lastly, just having standardized contract terms for all the different PPP projects. It just makes it so much easier. So that's what global investors are looking for. But then here in Saudi, you've got some additional advantages. For one, you've got some very big PPP projects, which are very attractive. And you've got champions for PPP through multiple levels of government, which is very important. And then the PPPs and the water sector are not being delivered in isolation. They're all part of the Vision 2030. They're all aligned with it. So that's also an advantage here in the Saudi context. And lastly, you've got a lot of PPP projects. You've got a strong pipeline, which again is very encouraging for investors. So I'd just like to touch on water ecosystem in Saudi Arabia and even outside Saudi Arabia. And I've got two thoughts here. One is the upskilling of the staff in Saudi Arabia. So bringing in these global contractors to build and operate this infrastructure, it allows for knowledge transfer. It allows for local expertise to be built up. And at the end of the term, when the PPP developers complete their term, there's now a fully trained team of local experts that can run the infrastructure. So it's all about upskilling the workforce within the kingdom. And then another thought is you're proceeding down the PPP path, and it's successful. So Saudi has the opportunity to kind of be that global standard for how to deliver infrastructure using PPP, how to integrate it with for Saudi to take that wealth of knowledge, that wealth of experience, and then export that knowledge to other emerging countries that have challenges with infrastructure and funding. So really, I think there's a lot of opportunity to use all your knowledge to help other nations in emerging economies. So some final thoughts. It's so much more than that. It's a way to invest in infrastructure, to transform our societies, make life better for our communities. And it's not just for a period of a PPP term, but it's into the future, long after the term. So with that, I would like to finish. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Simon. Your expertise has provided us with a deeper understanding of how the public and the private partnerships are actually driving impactful change in the water sector. Thank you very much. Please accept this token of appreciation presented to you by the Saudi Water Authority to thank you for your rich contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, and in alignment with their goals of advancing the water sector, the Saudi Water Authority published a report in partnership with Oliver Wyman that takes a comprehensive look at the future of infrastructure, the digital transformation, and the circularity, and how it's shaping actually the water management worldwide. You can take a look at that report by scanning the QR code, which you can find on the display. Our next session brings together a distinguished panel of experts to discuss how governments and private sector leaders and also international organizations, how can they all collaborate to deliver lasting solutions for water sustainability. Moderating this upcoming session is Shannon McCarthy. She's the Secretary General and the Executive Director of the International Desalination and the Reuse Association, which is known as IDRA. Together, let's welcome Shannon and the esteemed panelists to the stage.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So nice to be here. I'm privileged to moderate this panel today with so many dynamic speakers and colleagues that are joining us. Just a few words about IDRA. IDRA is a long-standing international organization based out of the United States, established in 1973. 1 year prior to Saudi Water Conversion Corporation being established. We've been long partners with the Saudi Water Conversion Corporation. We are partners with the Saudi Water Authority. In fact, We have a wonderful person on the board of directors from Saudi Water Authority, Mohammed Al Sheikh. And this, yes, we can give him a round of applause. Is he here, Mohammed? And IDRA has just become a partner of the United Nations Water Program. We have ECOSOC status, UNFCCC status, and we're also a partner with the United Nations FAO organization. And we work to bring together stakeholders across the globe, both from the public and private sector, to discuss how non-conventional water solutions such as desalination and water reuse can help to address water scarcity. So it's really my pleasure to be here this year, the 4th edition of IDWS. IDRA was a founding partner for the first edition in 2022, and I'd like to congratulate also the entire team of Saudi Water Authority on this amazing growth that you've taken on in this edition. It's really an excellent conference, and we've enjoyed being here with you. Let's start our panel. So today's session brings together leaders from many institutions and the private sector who each play a really vital role in advancing water sustainability. And together we're going to explore innovation, corporate stewardship, blended finance, and how these elements converge to drive meaningful impact, moving from individual projects to collective action, and ways in which we can strengthen resilience for the water community across the globe. I'd like to first give a nice introduction for each panelist. They really merit it. So my first introduction is for Jason Morrison. Jason is the president of the Pacific Institute, which is a US headquartered research institute that has an approach that combines data, policy analysis, and partnerships to create actionable solutions. They've been working for over 40 years. Their main focus is on advancing water resilience, equity, and long-term sustainability through these efforts, and with direct corporate engagement. Jason is also the head of the UN Global Compact CEO Water Mandate, mobilizing companies to adopt and elevate basin stewardship practices. Adrian Sim is the Chief Executive Officer of the Alliance for Water Stewardship, which is a global member organization that sets the leading international standard for water stewardship. AWS works across industries and watersheds to ensure that water users contribute to social, environmental, and economic outcomes through credible, collaborative basin action. And Adrian is also a member of the steering committee of the Global Water Partnership. Laura Vektagare is the regional head for infrastructure and natural resources at the IFC, the World Bank Group's private sector arm. IFC works to unlock investment for sustainable water infrastructure, including reuse and desalination, nature-based solutions, and resilience-focused projects that support basin and community needs. Rami Gandour is the CEO of Matito Utilities, a global leader in desalination and wastewater treatment and public-private partnerships. They have a big footprint in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in very successful projects, even floating desalination units, barges. Matito develops, finances, and operates large-scale infrastructure that strengthens national and regional water security while supporting long-term sustainable management and shared resources. And finally, Louise Neves, another dear colleague, is the CEO of the Global Enabling Sustainability Initiative, GESI. That's a coalition of ICT and digital technology companies leveraging data, analytics, and innovation to accelerate progress and global sustainability challenges. GESI helps businesses apply digital tools to enhance water efficiency improve transparency, and scale climate-resistant water solutions. So with that foundation set, I'd like to move now into our discussion and begin exploring these issues, the topics of our panel today, through a series of questions. I'm going to go around the panel with one first question, and then we'll open the floor for a Q&A. So please have your questions ready, and then we'll continue with a second round of questions and close out our panel. I want to start with Jason Morrison to give a global view on water stewardship. Jason, take a moment also, if I failed to mention something that is important about the initiatives you're working on, please do include it in your remarks. But the first question to you is, how do corporate coalitions and CEO-level commitments advance basin stewardship?
Great, thank you, Shannon. And thank you to His Excellency and to the Saudi Water Authority for organizing this event. Perhaps in starting to answer this question, I can give a bit more information about the background of the CEO Water Mandate. It is a membership-based organization whereby CEOs actually commit to taking action on water. It was launched in 2007, and my organization, the Pacific Institute, has been in partnership with the Global Compact to develop the work programming and the coordination effort among our members. There are currently 600 members that are committing to water through the CEO Water Mandate, including companies such as SABIC and others from the region. One of the 6 areas that companies commit to is around collective action, as well as taking action in their direct operations, working through their supply chain, engaging in public policy, and working with communities and thinking about watersheds. Those are more or less the commitment areas of the CEO Water Mandate. And in the early days, I would say action around how to work together collaboratively on water was pretty nascent, and it's a hard thing to do, partnerships around water. But nonetheless, it was an aspirational goal and a commitment around one of the contours that's important for stewardship. A big leap forward or a big step change in our thinking around collective action started about 6 years ago when a subset of our big companies, now about 42 of them, but big players, $5 trillion in market capitalization, agreed that we were not moving quickly enough on water, that the private sector is uniquely positioned to accelerate action, and that there was a value, a business case to working in a more coordinated way. And with those concepts in mind, we launched the Water Resilience Coalition. 2 years after launching, we did something that was also fairly unique, or unprecedented, I guess, to be more direct. And that was to, in the lead up to the UN Water Conference, to organize around shared goals on water at the global level. And our members made a commitment to work together to have positive water impact in 100 water-stressed basins by the year 2030, and to enable climate-resilient water access and sanitation for at least 300 million people. So more directly answering your question, what's the importance of coalitions? What's the importance of CEO commitment around long-term change in basins? This architecture for collaboration opens the door for companies where they have either direct operations or supply chains in these basins. They now have a shared purpose to work together to have positive water impact. And the way we define positive water impact is 3 important dimensions of water. One is water quantity, one is water quality, and the other is access to water for communities. And the degree to which one of those challenges is more or less pronounced will vary by region. That's the way water works. But it's an architecture globally that allows for joint purpose and then tailoring at the local level based on what the priority water challenges are in that basin.
Very important, positive water impact, and how measuring positive water impact is conducted is also extremely important, I imagine, for the CEO Water Mandate, which brings us over to Adrian, Alliance for Water Stewardship. Adrian, the Alliance for Water stewardship mission complements the CEO water mandate quite well. Can you tell us how the standard strengthens stewardship for basin quality and resilience? Can you go into that? And also, please do mention more about the mandate of Alliance for Water Stewardship.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. I'd also, of course, like to express my deep appreciation for the opportunity to be part of this fantastic event. It's very impressive, and congratulations to everybody involved for the initiative. So both Jason and Shannon have to some extent helped tee up my remarks. Shannon's given you a brief introduction on the Alliance for Water Stewardship, but Jason also mentioned the origins of the CEO water mandate coming into being in 2007. Now, shortly after that, there was a recognition that there needs to be a market-based mechanism to enable that emerging consensus about the importance of corporate action on water to take root in locations that are experiencing high levels of water stress, and for that work to also have the opportunity to get market recognition. And so the Alliance for Water Stewardship was set up, and Jason was one of our founding fathers a couple of years later to set up that market-based system. It was set up to be a multi-stakeholder initiative, so involving the businesses, but also the perspectives and participation of public agencies and the non-profit sector. And that's really important because that multi-stakeholder consensus forms the basis of this idea of water stewardship, that is, it's fundamentally a collective effort in pursuit of shared goals. So to give you a bit of an accelerated version of our history, the first task of AWS was to develop the International Water Stewardship Standard through these multi-stakeholder processes. That came into being in 2014. AWS then became a membership association with membership from across these different interest groups. And the standard is now become established as representing best practice in how businesses use water, engage constructively with other stakeholders in the locations where that industry and that water use is taking place. The standard is a globally applicable standard. It is applicable in any region, it's applicable in any industry sector. And so by nature, therefore, it's not a prescriptive or a technical standard. It doesn't tell you exactly what you should do, but rather guides users towards the achievement of 5 universal outcomes that relate to quantity, quality, values, access to water sanitation and hygiene, and importantly, good water governance. And it's that last outcome that is the overarching outcome, because without that contribution of the private sector to good water governance processes in those locations, any actions are going to be susceptible to fragility. To give you a bit of a sense of scale, I've said it represents best practice. There's currently around 400 sites that are certified to the AWS standard around the world. The main sectors involved are food and beverage, technology, pharmaceuticals, apparel, for instance. But more than just being a tool for businesses to have their operations and suppliers certified, and some of those businesses are some of the biggest companies in the world, is also providing a basis on which businesses can develop their water strategies aligned to the consensus on what good water stewardship looks like. So those processes that we go through to develop the standard, to refine the standard, they provide the credibility and the legitimacy for corporate actions. And therefore corporates are increasingly using this standard, yes, as a mechanism to get operations and suppliers certified, but also to design their water programs in a way which is consistent to international best practice.
Just to reinforce what Adrian and Jason have said, Adrian, can you and Jason kind of highlight which basins you think have had the most success around the world in implementing and committing to the stewardship approach and standards? Where have you seen the most active and successful impact in your work?
Jason will, I'm sure, be able to talk more about the 100 priority basins that have been identified through the Water Resilience Coalition. For our own work in AWS, we're seeing China is by some distance the market with the most certified sites, and there's obviously key basins within there, or sub-basins, Yangtze, the Pearl River and the Yellow River, of course. But equally, in Spain, in South America, in India, Bangladesh. But we're also seeing increasing interest here in the region. For example, Almarai, I believe the biggest dairy company in the region, is committed to having multiple sites certified here in Saudi Arabia. So
that's great.
Yeah.
Of the 100 basins where we're looking to have collective positive water impact, 20 have active basin collaboratives. I would say the most mature, they're ranging in maturity, are in India and Mexico, the Upper Tana in Kenya, 3 basins in the US. And the week before I arrived here, we were doing kickoff meetings for collective action in southern Spain and in southern France.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so we've covered a bit about water stewardship. I'd like to move the conversation now over to the private sector. So Adrian, thank you for that. I'd like to move over to Rami Gandour, who is our private sector representative on this panel today, and to speak on how solution providers are accelerating innovation and implementation on the ground. So Rami, what role can the private sector play in accelerating large-scale water reuse and desalination as core components of basin sustainability? And feel free to share other insights on how you're seeing innovation in our sector play out.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for having me as part of today.
Hold on, Rami, your mic's not on for some reason. Can we get a tech support?
Is it on down in your head?
Is it, maybe is the green light on? No. Do we have any tech support in the room? Just wait a second. Yeah.
Go back and get remiked and you go with somebody else?
Yeah, we can do that. Or, yes, we'll do that. So we'll come back to Rami once his mic is on. So let's move over now to another very important topic, which is financing. Financing of projects and scaling solutions. So Laura.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Would you like to?
Is it done?
Yeah. Okay. Well done. We'll go to Laura. Laura, can you tell us a little bit about IFC supporting water sustainability in water scarce and climate vulnerable regions, particularly in the Middle East and Central Asia region? Can you dive into that for us?
So IFC, as a private sector arm and financier of the World Bank Group, we focus primarily on emerging markets. So I will talk mostly about the MENA region other than GCC, because That's our area of expertise. So globally, when we look at all infrastructure sectors, it's very clear that energy is the greatest emphasis in any country that is moving on the path of development. First is energy, then the next one is transport, and then telecoms is there, and then water is towards the lower level of engagement, and it also reflects in terms of the private sector investment flows in the emerging markets. And the challenge is that it's very challenging sector from the political economy perspective. It's very difficult to implement major reforms. There are a lot of social aspects related to the water. So relatively, the water investments are much smaller portion of investments that we do. Over the last 15 years, we did about $5 billion investments in the water globally. Now, MENA, and there have been numerous conversations and mentions that MENA is one of the most water scarce regions in the world. So 16 out of 25 most water scarce countries are in the MENA region. About 60% of the population doesn't have access to quality potable water. It's very telling. Yet, out of the $5 billion investments that we have done, less than 2% is actually in the region. And it's actually primarily with our partners, Metito, that we have worked in the region for probably 2 decades now. And that's a big challenge from the delivery perspective. And the water sector is complicated by the scarcity, and also because it's scarce, it's very costly. So desalination plants, extremely costly, and there was one of the earlier speakers today spoke about Aqaba Amman desalination and water conveyance project. More than $6 billion investment required, huge requirement for tariff increase or the subsidies to make it work. So it's very challenging to do that. In terms of the funding side, it used to be a lot which is government funded, and then you can keep subsidies high, tariffs low. Now when you look globally, the government debt has increased from about 30% globally. Global government debt from about 30% of the global GDP in 70s to 90% today, right? And a lot of that is in emerging countries. So the funding is getting scarcer and the needs are getting bigger, and so this is where the private sector financing is becoming increasingly important. And so on Aqaba desalination project, all DFIs are there. A lot of private sector is leaning in to make that work. It's a project that has been in the works for 10 years. Huge developmental cost. So none of these investments are easy, and this is where it shows up in our work as well. Within that context, we are also focusing a lot on developing the project. So we have what we call upstream product, which is upstream in terms of the project preparation cycle. So we are partnering with the private companies to develop bankable projects. And that is one of the critical aspects for bringing in private sector to work on structuring the projects properly and to make sure that risk allocation is adequate between the public sector, the private sector, operators and sponsors, and also the financiers. So we do a lot of the capacity building, advisory, PPP structuring. We actually did PPP advisory for Jeddah Airport desalination project quite a while ago, and that was very successful project. So there is a lot of learning also within the region from GCC experience that is exported to the non-GCC countries, and we also see a very positive and good trend how Saudi companies are bringing that experience beyond the MENA region. So a lot of linkages with Africa. So Aqua Power is working on desalination plants in Senegal, looking at Egypt. And so we see the GCC as a great center also for innovation for these technologies, which are particularly adapted to water-scarce environments that can be used in other countries. And so it's quite fitting that the conference is also in this region and this location.
Indeed, indeed. The mention of the Amman conveyor project is interesting because that's a $6 billion project, and as you said, took a long time to secure financing, although Amman is reaching day zero on their water situation. Are you seeing the growth of PPPs in the MENA region rapidly expanding, or what do you find is holding that back?
So
we've seen from a colleague from the World Bank, the former vice president for MENA region, Dr. Farid Belhaj, spoke in a conference we conducted in Iceland saying that $500 billion is needed to address water scarcity in the MENA region. Yeah. And that's quite a lot of funding, but not really, because water is the critical foundation for all societies and economies. Are you seeing an uptake in PPP initiatives throughout the region, not just the GCC, but North Africa and the Levant area?
Definitely in GCC, there is huge explosion of the PPPs, and we see a little bit of that, and I'm not talking specifically water sector, generally in infrastructure sector that we see, and that spills over also to other sectors, which is great, healthcare, for example, and education. Outside the GCC, there is increasing interest because of the scarcity of public resources. So there is a realization that there is no public resources available to take on these investments. So we see greater interest in Jordan, and Aqaba is a great example of that. There is increase in Egypt as well, greater interest. Some of the other countries are slower to take on, but in principle there is interest. However, it needs to go together with the reform program, be it reform program in terms of the tariff reforms, also the governance reforms. A lot of the water services are provided by companies which are not financially sustainable. They are not well managed from the corporate governance perspective as well, and those are holding back the sector, and until that is unlocked, and this is why I'm talking about the political economy is very challenging in the water sector.
Yeah, we see that, I agree. Which brings us over again now to Rami Gandor from Metito. So with that said, Rami, how can the private sector play a strong role in accelerating large-scale water reuse and desalination as core components of sustainability and basin sustainability?
Thank you very much, Shannon.
You're welcome.
Hopefully you're all hearing me this time around. Third time lucky. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. And I promise you the technical glitch was not by design, but I did benefit in the fact that we got to have Laura speak before me, and so actually put a lot of content and thought for us to digest and to think about. And I'd like to build on some of the points as they link in that we are unarguably in the most water scarce part of the world with the biggest needs, and the numbers that have been discussed are just enormous in terms of what needs to be invested into our sector to deliver these large-scale solutions, whether they are on the water supply side, desalination side, whether they are on the wastewater and very importantly water reuse side, whether they are serving industry or municipal. Now, as you would expect, myself being a private sector person, and I will admit to you that I am biased, but I strongly believe that in most circumstances, the private sector is best equipped to deliver these long-term sustainable solutions for our sector. As long as the incentives are structured in the right way, and if we look at these public-private partnerships that have been happening and continue to happen and are accelerating in the region, we see that there is more and more demand and more delivery of all of these projects coming online and providing the solution. You know, for us, as we look at it, we appreciate the fact that you have a mindset and a support from more angles, whether it's from the relevant authorities, for example, here the projects that SWPC has put into the system, whether it is from the financing community, for example, in developing countries, we're lucky to have done 9 transactions so far with IFC alone, let alone with other development finance institutions. And our role as a private sector is to put all of this together and to ensure that these projects are delivered in a manner that does withstand the test of time. And so that's where we feel that as we look at what's happening there, we can deliver it. Water is always sensitive. Water, compared to other PPPs, other utilities, power, psychologically is easier for the population to accept the private sector involvement. But when you see the private sector in there in the right projects, typically you see these projects sustain the length of time. You see them to be affordable. The affordability is absolutely key. And you see significant appetite for investment to be mobilized. What we see as the private sector is, there is no shortage of appetite to invest equity into these projects. We just need to make sure that the projects are structured properly so that the delivery can be done to serve the populations.
Thank you, Rami. That was a very good analysis. Do you see reuse? How do you both, actually, this is a question for both of you. In your work, are you seeing that reuse can be scaled dramatically in this region? Or, because we all know that while desalination is critical for drinking water, water reuse is critical for industrial development and even for agriculture and irrigation, with reuse technology being so excellent today. Do you see a strong acceleration of water reuse happening in the region of Middle East and North Africa? And if not, what are the challenges on that?
Yes, I do see an acceleration in water reuse happening, but it is far from enough. The amount of water, liquid gold as it's called, the blue gold, going back into the sea is shameful, given we are in such a water scarce part of the world. I think, earlier, 2 sessions ago or so, we had the gentleman talking about new water in Singapore. And I think as we look at these examples, we realize how much potential there is for these projects. We're very lucky to have delivered, we've been operating since 1999, the first wastewater reuse project in the region. It's in Dubai, in a zone called Dubai Investments Park. In that particular case, we receive a mixed industrial waste. We invested on and operate the plant. And then the reuse of the water goes for 2 uses, irrigation and district cooling in that particular case. That project has been growing successfully, but it's still small in the grand scheme of things. And I think we need more and more of that. The economics are actually very interesting because our off-taker receives from the users of the park a fee for the wastewater that's received, and also receives a fee for the treated effluent that's being sold. And then they pay us a fee, but they make a very good margin on that. So it is a sustainable business model. The need is very much there. And in that particular case, it's, as I mentioned, it's in Dubai. It's the only residential area in Dubai where the population has in their own properties, in their own villas, has 2 taps. One tap from the Dubai Electricity Water Authority for potable water, and one tap for the reuse water for use within that community. And so that, I think, is a prime example that we'd love to see more of happen. Moving away at the other extreme, that's not being used for potable use. And I would say the major hurdle we have is a psychological hurdle to accept that reuse from taking place. We're very fortunate to be lowest bidder right now on a project in Botswana, which, once implemented, will be the world's first direct wastewater to potable in one plant. So in the same plant, we will go through all the multiple steps of treatment, receiving the wastewater, all the way through to injecting it into the drinking water system. I think the more these kind of examples happen and the more scale that can be there, I think that's going to be something which is very exciting.
Thank you, Rami. Please,
yes, if I can add, so very similar trend that we see. There is a lot of consideration, a lot of interest, but very little actual implementation. And I think the psychological aspect is important. But that brings to me another very important aspect is non-revenue water. Like when we look in the region, the non-revenue water is between 25 to 50% of water, which is lost one way or another, right? If you look at the very advanced systems, for example, in Denmark, it's less than 8% is the water use, right? Generally, globally, in emerging markets, we see between 20-25% in the better cases. That's kind of the target that we would like to see and move towards. But when you think about it, that up to half of the water, particularly in the scarce region like this, is wasted. And so focusing on the non-revenue water is very important. And we have a number of initiatives, including in Jordan, where we are working with the government to structure the project, to bring in private sector, to have the project to invest in non-revenue water with very specific KPIs and targets to do it in an efficient way. But even that one requires public sector funding, blended funding, because it's not cost recovery is not sufficient within the sector to cover the full cost of investments in non-revenue water recovery.
Yeah, that's a very, very important point. We're talking about creating new water and reusing, recycling, revitalizing water, protecting water, creating resilience in basins, but we still have this very important problem of non-revenue water in all areas of the world to address. So thank you both for those comments. So now we've covered a bit about corporate water stewardship, building resilience in different basins, and it's the moment to move to the future, to digitalization. And I'm so happy to bring into the conversation Luis Neves, who's the CEO of Jeddah, to talk about how digital platforms can help bridge institutional silos and enable the multi-stakeholder collaboration for effective water stewardship and water resilience. Luis, would you like to
Thank you so much,
dive in
Shannon.
and tell us a little bit about Jeddah?
Yes.
Tell us about some of the initiatives that you've just accomplished at COP30 and the role of digitalization in the water sector and the role of the water sector in the world you work mostly in, which is digitalization.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Also, thank you so much to the organizers for this amazing event and also for inviting me here. A little bit of history about Jeddah. We are 25 years old right now. We were created out of UNEP, the United Nations Environmental Programme, as a telecommunications industry association at the very beginning. And we started to look at environmental impacts of the technology infrastructure, telecommunications infrastructure into the environment. I was at that time the Chief Sustainability Officer of Deutsche Telekom in Germany. I was elected chairman, and I decided to take Jersey out of UNEP and establish it as a global industry association, non-for-profit in Brussels. And we evolved to work on what I call the intersection between technology and sustainable development in all its dimensions, embracing different types of activities which span from supply chain impacts of our industry as our industry was moving to China, so the big corporations were moving there, and then we jumped into conflict minerals, rare materials, always very much looking into the compliance-driven type of activities, supporting our membership. In 2007, we decided to jump into a different direction, which is about how digital technologies impact the other industry sectors. Our understanding of technology was that technology was an enabler of other industry activities, and we produced at that time a very famous report that has been quoted everywhere in the world called Smart 2020, whereby we looked to the impact of digital into the different industry sectors. We measured that impact, we quantified the impact, and the conclusion of that report was that we could reduce around 10% of the global emissions. We have repeated that report three another times in 2012, 15, and in 2019. And in our 2019 report, the conclusion was that we can reduce 20% of the global emissions and create a business value per year equivalent to the GDP of China through efficiencies. And we looked into all different sectors, from energy, mobility, buildings, and so on. That led us to conclude that we could not work without strong collaboration with those sectors. And we started to review our strategy, and in 2020, we decided to open Jersey to every single industry. Why? Because digital technologies and sustainability, they are horizontal layers of all the other industries. So what we are doing now is to plug in and work together with organizations like water, energy, mobility, building, smart cities, and so on. So we are becoming a much broader organization in terms of the impact that we are delivering, but we want to be a multi-stakeholder platform where all these industry sectors talk to each other. It's different if you go to a water event like this, if you go to an energy event, or if you go to Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. So we're talking for ourselves.
That's right.
We think that we need to open ourselves to everybody, and so we created a movement called Digital with Purpose, where we organize a conference like this, and we bring all the industry sectors to
So we will all be
discuss
invited
with
to
us.
Digital with Purpose, right?
Next
year.
time. And so our conclusion is that through this multi-stakeholder approach, we can generate greater value to everybody. And we realize that technology is fundamental to drive efficiencies, to drive value, to reduce emissions. And everything that we do, we put a dollar on it, we put a sustainability dimension on it, and we put a societal dimension on it. The three things, they need to go together, and that's why we work with the United Nations. We organized this year at COP30 18 sessions with different industry sectors where we showcase the value that comes out from these different industries, and we quantify that. I think it's important that we show that, and through that presentation of different case studies and showing the value, I think we can drive sustainability. We drive also, you engage the companies and the sectors to work together, and by working together, you get a much greater impact.
Thank you, Luis. Just to drill down on your points and relate it back to the water sector directly, of all the industry sectors that you work with, what is the reaction of the water sector that you've seen in this regard?
What
in
is
terms
the-
of what is the reaction you've seen from the global water sector in this regard? How would you rate it in terms of your mandate?
So we are at the very beginning of our relationships with the water sector. I think my very first contact with the water sector from our association actually was last year in Abu Dhabi
Yes.
when IDRA organized the conference. And as you remember, we brought technology companies to the stage talking about AI and what AI could do for the water sector.
Yeah.
And from that point, we have moved on to engage with some water companies. We have now Sawako in Jeddah that is working with us, is our board member. And we put together Sawako working with NEC, NEC from Japan, looking how AI could improve their energy efficiency of their operations through a very simple project whereby NEC and Sawako work together. They developed a AI agent, which is now reducing 7% of the energy consumption of the desalination plant, and NEC promised 15%. So this is the type of interactions that we want to continue to develop. I think it's important that we work together as partners to really drive value, business value for the companies, also address the water challenges, because it's not only about the operations. We can apply AI intelligence to oil and gas in circularity of water, wastewater. You can apply IoT solutions in the water infrastructure. With 5G, you can measure what is happening. You know, if you gather the data, if you gather the information, the benefit is huge. You have no idea how much we can do for you.
In fact, that's why we signed an MOU last year.
Exactly.
And we're actively working with Jesse and the digital community. I want to bring that over back to Rami, who's our private sector representative on the panel today, to see your opinion, Rami, and what has Matito done in terms of digitalization and utilizing AI in your operations and your programs and projects?
Thank you very
You're
much,
welcome.
Shannon. And Luis, I think the points that you make about how AI can be very much going to optimize what's going on. We've got a series of initiatives that are taking place. Obviously, we're a consumer of AI technology first and foremost, so we will take on a series of interesting technologies. For example, I believe Pani was represented here earlier, and these kind of things where we can improve the operations of the plant. Separately, we also have an asset management-based AI solution. We've got a subsidiary based in Portugal called Duro ECI. Some of you who may have been here yesterday would have seen Joaquim Beleza speak. And what that solution does is, again, look at using the machine learning to optimize the assets, especially as far as we go into the networks. And to build on the point Laura made about the non-revenue water, I think is absolutely key. It's huge. We're wasting a lot of this water. And the way that we've seen it structured to make it happen, and now we have two projects, one in Kigali, Rwanda, which is the first public-private partnership water supply in Sub-Sahara. Another one is a water supply project in a city called Zrenjanin in Serbia. Again, first wastewater project, first water supply PPP project in Serbia, where in both cases the lenders required us to include as part of the capex of the plant the non-revenue water reduction program. So once you're building the plant and there's a significant capex, the NRW is a relatively small check in comparison. We can include it and have it financed, and then we can use these AI technologies to ensure that we are absolutely optimizing the network there.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 11 minutes left in this panel session, and I'd like to open up to questions from the audience. We have a really dynamic panel. So who has a question for one of our panelists? These topics are so interesting. Our panel team here today came a long way to be here with you in Jeddah. Does anyone have a question you'd like to ask to a panel member? It's now, oh, wonderful. I think a microphone is coming your way. Please introduce yourself and who you'd like to address your question to. No, we can't, is that on? No. trying to.
The man with the mics.
My name is Abdullah Al-Shafi, and I have a question regarding the AI utilization, because recently we hear this term a lot, especially in the water sector. So I'm wondering if there is a specific example or a success story that you can share with us using certain models, and how many agents did you use, and for what specific purposes, especially in either asset management, operation efficiency, or predictive maintenance.
Is that for Rami Gandour or perhaps
I think
Luis?
so.
Rami, okay.
I think so.
I'll try my best to answer it, but I'll admit I'm not the expert on this. But for us, we have, say, two types of AIs that we implement. One is in the process optimization. So it's looking at things like the reduction of the power consumption. And there'll be, I think, two panels later after this, you'll hear some examples about how they're using AI to optimize the power consumption of the plants. I'm looking at optimizing that operation. And the other one, as I mentioned, is looking at the asset management, and you mentioned the predictive maintenance, and trying to gather the information there and building up that experience so that that is improved and made more efficiently, so that the maintenance can be much more targeted and specific to reduce the downtime and obviously reduce the maintenance cost. I'm happy from my end to share with you more details offline. If you wish, we can touch base. Then I'll put you in touch with the experts on that.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
So maybe I can give you two examples out
Yes.
of the blue. I already mentioned Sawako. So that NEC from Japan has been working with Sawako Water Group in collaboration, and they have developed an AI-powered optimization system for seawater desalination. So the AI agent that they have been developing and working on the first phase of implementation reduced 7% of Sawako energy consumption, and they are continuing to develop the agent, collecting more data, and the objective, the target that NEC put forward, it is to reduce 15% of the energy consumption of Sawako. So Sawako, I think, spends 35% of their costs on energy. So
Very impressive.
So, and then I can give you another example, which is from Globant, another, Argentinian company, digital company, is working with Chilem on oil and gas, and they are also looking at the wastewater, circularity of the water, and they concluded that they can reduce through a life cycle assessment that they have done for the company, they can generate a value for the company in reducing their costs in $12 million US dollars per year. So these are examples, and this is the way that I think that we need to work together. We need really to collaborate. If you invest on technology, on AI capabilities, you'll see a huge potential in many different areas.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. Do we have any other questions for the panel from our audience today? Okay.
Yes, hi. Fadi Saleh from Aqua Power. My question for Mr. Rami. Hi, Mr. Rami. Pleasure to see you again. You touched base on a very important point about overcoming the psychological, let's say, barrier of utilizing the full circularity of wastewater. Can you share more thoughts on that and how we can overcome this barrier and have better implementation and utilization of the circularity of wastewater, please?
Fadi, thank you and good to see you again. I gave the example earlier of New Water, and what touched me actually, it was the IDRA or IDA in those days conference in Singapore in 2003, where I went on a tour of the New Water facilities. And they built it like a museum. They had little kids from nursery age coming around, going through and looking at all of the parts of the treatment, so it's psychologically accepted. They gave us a bottle of the branded New Water. At the time my wife was pregnant, I gave it to her and asked her to drink it, and my daughter now is an adult and absolutely fine. And it's that getting the community engaged, getting the tours of the facilities, getting people there, and also in that time the late, or previous to that, the late Lee Kuan Yew, as the leader of the country, went on TV and drank it. And so I asked the leadership of all of the countries in our part of the world to take a similar approach. We know we have the added complication of the religious barriers that I think various fatwas have been now given that it is acceptable to reuse the water as long as it's treated properly. And I think that's the important part. Although drinking it is not the issue. What we use as drinking water is such a small percentage of the water consumption. Obviously, the big ticket, typical 80-20 rule is the industrial uses. All types of industry, district cooling, obviously irrigation, etc. And if we just use it for that, then that solves most of the problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jason, did you want to comment as well?
Yeah, I'd just make the observation that in Singapore, initially when the concept of new water was rolled out, it wasn't exactly exciting the population, and it took time to build buy-in and comfort. It doesn't stop any region or municipality from working on indirect potable reuse. If you look at Southern California, the advanced treatment goes into groundwater, which then gets pulled out and brought into this drinking water system. That step one day won't be necessary, but you can still build the systems in a way that two-steps this until there's a social acceptance of direct potable reuse.
Dr. Mohammed Al-Sheikh, please. He is the reason we're here.
Thank you very much. I wish to be a doctor soon. I'm an engineer till now.
Engineer, excuse me.
Yeah, my question to Laura. His Excellency, in his opening speech, he mentioned that financing water sector is still behind expectations. Yet, it is required, there is a big gap, and the appetite of financing institute goes to the classical projects like oil and gas and so on, and energy. So what is the reason, and how could we increase the appetite of financing the water infrastructures, projects, mega projects in the region and even in the globe?
The question is easy, the answer is not so easy, right? The way we try to think about it is come to it from a number of aspects, and one thing that I mentioned in passing that I can bring in more front and center here is the blended finance approaches. And blended finance, when I say blended financing, I mean also government resources coming in, not only the donor and grant resources. And when you structure the blended solutions, they are actually very powerful. So when we look statistically at global infrastructure projects with blended finance resources being involved, in 70% of projects, the blended portion brings in less than equivalent amount in non-blended, right? So to me, that's a missed opportunity to utilize the resources efficiently. At the same time, we see projects where you can mobilize 5 to 6 times the private non-concessional funding. And the key is structuring the projects properly, right? And there is a lot of knowledge outside. The question is, how do you bring that knowledge to these markets? And there needs to be a willingness to engage in those conversations. And so going back to the Aqaba desalination project, we are bringing in Global Climate Fund, concessional funding, 295 million, biggest ever Global Climate Fund has done. They are very nervous and very proud of that. And about 220 million is concessional funding with reduced interest rate. 75 million is actually grant. Now, that 295 million will save in the future subsidies $1 billion. So it's 3 times, just right there, the way you bring it in and the way you structure the project. So working on the capacity of structuring the projects and smartly using the concessional funding can have humongous impact in bringing additional funding for this very needed project. Having said that, all financiers like us, and Rabi made reference to that as well, and particularly the donor and concessional funding providers, they put conditions on other aspects in terms of increasing in the tariffs to move to cost recovery. Non-revenue water reduction is very important in these circumstances. So if there is a willingness and ability on the government side to move on that agenda, then we can really bring that financing in for these very needed projects. I can also advertise a little bit. So again, from Global Climate Fund, we are mobilizing $275 million facility, which will be global for water projects. And there is a component exactly on structuring the projects and capacity building, which is about 10 million is for that, and then the remaining is for these types of concessional funding.
Yeah, the capacity building investment is key, I think, in regards to institutional capacity and creating the environment for this funding and security on the funding.
Yeah.
So that's great to see that they have earmarked that much to capacity building. Thank you for mentioning that. Our time is up, unfortunately. We could go on. I had a second round of questions, but time is up. We have some other dynamic speakers coming on stage. I'd like to thank our panel and the Saudi Water Authority team for this really excellent edition of the IDWS Conference 2025. And we look forward to next year's. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists and Shannon for moderating this rich discussion. We really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Kindly accept this token of appreciation presented to you by the Saudi Water Authority to thank you for your rich contribution. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me talk to you a little bit about the Water Horizons report. In alignment with their goals of advancing the water sector, the Saudi Water Authority published a report in partnership with Oliver Wyman that takes a comprehensive look at the future of infrastructure, the digital transformation, the circularity, and how this all is shaping the water management worldwide. You can take a look at this report, go through it by scanning the QR code that you can find on the screen. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, showcases the African Union's Continental African Water Investment Program, which is mobilizing multi-billion-dollar investments to accelerate water security projects across the continent. This case study is going to highlight scalable strategies that can be replicated globally, offering valuable lessons for water sustainability efforts worldwide. Please join me in welcoming Jae Yeon-soo, the chair of the Technical Committee at the Global Water Partnership, USA. Jae Yeon-soo, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon. I am invited all over the world to speak about water, but I couldn't be happier than to join this conference because Saudi Arabia was my childhood home. So I'd like to thank the Saudi Water Authority for inviting me back home to speak with you about this very important topic. As I listened to the fantastic presentations and saw the displays of fantastic innovations during the past 2 days, one thought kept going through my mind. All these innovations need to reach scale as fast as possible because hundreds of millions of people are under water stress. So I'm going to talk to you about scale and how important it is to reach scale and what are the components of having scale. My basic message is that we can't wait to reach scale. Scale needs to be designed from the very beginning. And the example that I'd like to share with you is the Africa Investment Program, which is an initiative launched by the African Union. And the Africa Investment Program is actually a pretty compelling example of scale because while I was presenting this presentation, the chair of the G20, President Cyril Ramaphosa, actually scaled up the Africa Investment Program to the Global Investment Program. So let me invite you to hear his words.
We are witnessing the launch of the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments, which is a G20 presidential
is one of the worst performing SDGs. In fact, it's one of the 5 at the very bottom of the SDGs. So it's urgent that we scale up water investments as quickly as possible, nationally and globally. Now, it's not like the water sector powerful trends, climate change, but also population growth. This graph from the UN shows how fast and rapidly global population is growing. And in fact, if you see the growth rates, steady population will not stabilize until 2084. So the world is not standing still. We must keep running to try and achieve water security. And one of the fastest populations that are growing is in Africa. So it is very clear why the African previous speakers have spoken to why water sector investment is lagging. In this graph, you can see very big investments, $8 billion of investments in 2024 in energy, telecommunications, transportation, and water is in there, but it's at the very top, this tiny blue graph. Water accounts for about 1% of all private investment in infrastructure. Why is it so difficult to invest in water? The global outside the country. But if we want water sector to be sustainable, then capacity must be built at every level. In schools for awareness and training, in organizations for operation, and in science and technology to develop the new future. I live in Washington, D.C., and the Washington, D.C. water, I can say, as a very satisfied customer, the employees of the Washington, D.C. utility are extremely fast to respond. When I call with any sort of a water issue, within minutes, I can actually have somebody call me from DC Water and actually come to my house to make sure that the water system is working. So I was very happy to see the CEO of DC Water to tell him I'm a very satisfied customer. So capacity building is a critical part of ensuring that water investments are robust and sustainable. In 2021, this panel was chaired by heads of state of Namibia, Netherlands, and Senegal, and composed of African Union leaders from all over the continent. So this is a critical component, high-level ownership of this issue. The second is the AIP PETA Water Investment Scorecard. It would be quite surprising that in some countries you would go in to make a water investment, but you couldn't find any of the data, or you couldn't be sure of the reliability of that data. And so, as part of the African Investment Program, a clear water investment scorecard that allowed comparability of the data across the different countries on the continent was developed and maintained. Third, inclusion was quite important. So the theme of gender and climate resilience went through the design and selection of all the projects that would be highlighted as part of the AIP. And in Africa, as you know, there are huge transboundary projects in water that could have enormous dividends for the continent, and then a financing facility to support the financing of all these components. These components actually helped to bring the scale into the Africa Investment Program at the level that Africa needed it. The high-level panel tackled one important question: where is the money to finance water investments? And the high-level panel report yielded what we call the pyramid of water investments, where there were 6 different categories of potential water investments that had not really been tapped. 2 of those categories, which was domestic resource mobilization and gaining sector efficiencies, such as reducing non-revenue water and improving operating efficiencies, accounted together for over 50% of that potential revenue for water investments. The other potential sources were domestic commercial financing, international commercial financing, philanthropic capital, and then you see at the very top just a tiny portion of ODA. So the important message for the Africa Investment Program was that, in fact, the funding stays in the country. There was availability. They did not steps of the AIP. With this demonstration, I think, is why President Ramaphosa concrete pipeline potential. The success of this investment forum was that over $10 to $12 billion of potential water projects was identified during this forum. And I think that really gave the momentum to say, this could be done. In fact, this needed to be done globally. So the Global Outlook Council scale up the importance of water investments for every single country in the world, using the same key concepts and components that we have actually already seen has worked. The Global Outlook Council is hoped to make some meaningful and significant steps towards building water security for everybody. And you can see that the journey of the Global Outlook Council is needed today more than ever. We need water innovations to be scaled as quickly build water security for today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jayon, for sharing such an inspiring case study. Please accept this token of appreciation presented to you by the Saudi Water Authority. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a keynote under the title Public-Private Partnerships Driving Innovation for Water Security. We're talking about ideas for achieving global water security through commercial innovation and private sector partnerships rather than traditional aid models. The speech will emphasize how market-driven solutions and American technological leadership in particular can deliver sustainable, scalable outcomes that create mutual economic benefits. It calls for bold international collaboration to transform water challenges into opportunities for prosperity. Together, let's welcome our upcoming speaker, Julian Kacheshnov, the water team lead in the U.S. Department of State.
Yes. Yes, yes. Can I go out? Go over there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It's an honor for me to join such a distinguished group of leaders and visionaries here in Saudi Arabia, a country that has shown bold leadership in addressing water challenges. I'd like to start by thanking His Excellency Abdullah bin Ibrahim Al Abdul Karim for his leadership at SWA and for his vision for Saudi Arabia's water future. I'd also like to thank him and his team for welcoming a broad U.S. delegation to the conference. We're pleased to see close collaboration between our respective water utilities, DC Water, and the Orange County Water District. We hope to continue to support these kinds of catalytic peer-to-peer connections that can offer so much to our water security efforts. Few issues shape our safety, security, and prosperity as much as the availability of fresh water. But today, I want to focus not on the challenges that we face, but the solutions, the innovation, investment, and public-private partnerships that will define the future of water security. For decades, the global approach to water challenges has failed to meet the moment. Many water-scarce countries often relied on donor-led development models to achieve their water security objectives. These efforts, though well-intentioned, have sometimes fallen short of delivering sustainable, scalable solutions. Too often, they focus on short-term relief rather than long-term transformation. Risk-averse, they didn't fully harness the power of new ideas or the dynamism of the private sector. The Trump administration has taken a different approach. Under President Trump's leadership, the United States has embraced a bold vision for addressing global challenges, including water security. Innovation and investment are at the heart of this vision. When governments exercise commercial diplomacy and harness the ingenuity of the private sector, we do more than solve water challenges, we empower nations. By aligning national interests with entrepreneurial innovation, nations can unlock sustainable technologies, mobilize investment, and build resilient infrastructure that ensures equitable access to water and sanitation. This synergy of diplomacy and innovation transforms water from a source of scarcity into a foundation for prosperity. We've seen the impact firsthand. The U.S. Water Partnership's Utility Twinning Program has organized study tours and training programs with groups like the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission and the Milwaukee Water Council. It's helped to coordinate visits between Clean Water Services in Oregon and VCOMs in Vientiane, Laos, between San Francisco Public Utilities Commission and the Saigon Water Corporation. These exchanges have provided invaluable hands-on training and built strong professional networks. Likewise, the Ambassadors Water Experts Program, or AWEP, is a rapid response technical assistance mechanism that provides on-demand support for our US embassies around the world. It connects US technical experts with partner governments to address real-time, real-world challenges, whether it's improving access to drinking water, making agriculture more efficient, or preparing for disasters. What makes AWEP special is how it tailors solutions to the specific needs of the country, ensuring that the expertise we provide has a lasting impact. Since its launch, AWEP has provided expertise and projects in over 30 countries, including Morocco, Indonesia, and Uzbekistan. I'm especially proud of how AWEP and utility twinning brings together people, American experts and local stakeholders, to collaborate on shared goals. As we've seen here in Jeddah, peer-to-peer connections have a way of transcending language or cultural obstacles. At the end of the day, the person across the table from you is dealing with similar challenges as you are. These partnerships then don't just solve technical problems, they build trust, and they create long-term partnerships that align with the priorities of our partners. And it's not just about solving problems, it's about opening the door to innovation. As been mentioned before this morning, American companies are leading the way in water technologies, exporting $39 billion annually in solutions that are transforming how we manage, treat, and reuse water. These technologies support 1.7 million US jobs and are driving progress around the world. Take, for example, Cleveland Water Alliance, a network of innovators and researchers working to accelerate water technology development. Their work is creating solutions that improves water quality, reduce costs, and drives economic growth, not just in Cleveland, Ohio, but in countries like Spain and South Korea. Cleveland Water calls this a freshwater economy. Through their efforts, they've mobilized over 300 corporate and public sector partners and research partners to turn the Great Lakes into a hotbed of water innovation. Leading American companies, Aquatech and Ecolab, are pioneering approaches to tackle some of the world's hardest water challenges, from direct liquid cooling of data centers to water reuse, recycling applications, which drive down costs and improve performance. Oceanwell is revolutionizing desalination, with deep sea modular units that reduce resource requirements, environmental damage, and onshore footprint by leveraging the ocean's pressure to reduce energy needs by 40% for reverse osmosis. Their flagship program in Southern California expects to deliver 226 million liters per day by 2030 at a fraction of the OPEX of existing desal plants. Finally, companies like Xylem are also leading the charge, developing smart water systems that help utilities optimize operations and conserve resources. Their technologies are being deployed worldwide, including in regions facing severe water stress and in key sectors such as AI data center management. What sets the Trump administration's approach apart is its focus on commercial innovation. Unlike other models, commercial innovation drives solutions by leveraging the creativity, expertise, and resources of the private sector. It's about creating partnerships that deliver mutual benefits, solutions that are not only effective, but also economically viable and scalable. This approach is already delivering results. For example, US companies are actively participating in international tenders like Morocco's $12 billion desalination effort under their national water program, and competing for projects that will transform communities and economies from Pakistan to Peru and the Philippines, which actually is a PPP of itself. The Trump administration is supporting these efforts through commercial diplomacy, export promotion, tailored programs like the Ambassador's Water Experts Program, among others. Saudi Arabia's ambitious water investment plan and Vision 2030 are perfect examples of the kinds of leadership needed to address global water challenges. The US is proud to be a partner in this effort, recognizing that water security is a cornerstone of prosperity for all. By connecting innovators, investors, and policymakers, we can turn challenges into opportunities and ensure that water innovation becomes a cornerstone of global prosperity. The Trump administration believes that the future of water security, will be shaped by those who dare to innovate, invest, and lead. We invite you to join us in this effort to embrace bold ideas, form and forge transformative partnerships, and drive solutions that will define the next era of water in Saudi Arabia and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julian, for this very insightful presentation. Kindly be centered, remain on stage. Julian, please. Julian, can you remain on stage? We would like to present to you a token of appreciation to thank you for your valuable contribution to this conference. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and as we move into our next theme of this conference, the next theme is titled Water and Energy. We're going to explore the critical intersection of these two essential resources. This theme will highlight innovative solutions and also strategies that drive sustainability and efficiency in these two sectors. We have a fireside chat that is going to provide insights into how water-first innovations are creating circular value chains, recovering heat, recycling water, and also reducing waste across industries. Our speaker for this session is John Friedman, the president of the International Desalination and Reuse Association, and the discussion will be moderated by Dr. Nusha Ajami, the Chief Strategy Development Officer for Research at Berkeley Lab. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Wonderful to be here. Good afternoon. Really a great opportunity to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Before I go and talk about John a little bit, maybe I talk a little bit about Berkeley Lab. We are a national lab, part of the Department of Energy. We do a lot of interdisciplinary research. And we have a team of researchers that work on sustainable water, energy, and carbon. So that's why we are here to have this conversation with my dear friend and longtime colleague, John Friedman. John, I'm going to properly introduce you because I think it's important for me to touch on every part of your career, which is important to this conversation. John is the global lead to policy and stakeholder affairs for Veralto. And he previously was the global government affairs and policy for Veolia World water treatment technology business. He's also the president of the board of directors at the International Desalination and Reuse Association, and also part of the board of directors of Water Reuse Association. So all very, very important part of this conversation, John. I'm really happy that we have a chance to have this conversation. Maybe I'll also, after I ask you a question, I would like to actually for you to also provide additional context around your work and your long career around water and energy and policy, which is super important. We all know water and energy are closely connected. We need a lot of energy for every part of the water system and wastewater system, from extraction to treatment to delivery and to collection of wastewater and treatment. And also we need a lot of water for every stage of energy production, from extraction again to refining to distribution to cooling. And obviously anything we can do to connect these two systems and reduce their footprint is going to help both sectors. While we all know this, it has been very, very difficult to achieve the goal of integration over the years. This is not a new topic. People have been talking about water-energy nexus for decades, but the progress in this space has been quite limited. And here, John and I will speak a little bit about this issue and how we can potentially come up with different policies and opportunities to create this integration or drive the integration across these both sectors. So John, water and energy are closely connected, and we are still not able to achieve circularity or be able to use energy that's in the water system or harness it or reduce the amount of water we use in the energy production. Why is that?
Okay. Well, first of all, Nusha, thank you. And thank you for doing this coffee chat with me, or fireside chat. Nusha, by the way, is one of the world's leading experts on the water energy nexus. And when I was asked to have this conversation, I said, only if I can do it with Nusha, because this is who I call when I have a question on the energy water nexus. Number two, I just want to say a word about just another word about my background. So I'm based in Washington, D.C. I lead policy and external stakeholders for a company called Veralto. Veralto is a U.S.-based company, but our technologies are used all over the world. In fact, 3.4 billion people get their water every day through systems that use Veralto technologies to test and treat that water. And also our technology is used to recycle trillions of gallons of water a year all over the world. So that's Veralto. And next time Julian Kachinoff, the State Department official, talks about US companies, he can mention us as well, Julian. We'll talk offline.
I think he took the notes.
Okay. So that's Veralto. And then I'm also on the board, I'm an officer of an organization in the US called the Water Reuse Association. So that's the US analog of the International Desalination and Reuse Association. And we can talk about that a little bit too. But so Nusha, you're 1,000% right. Water and energy are completely intertwined. I mean, you cannot generate with some notable exceptions like solar or wind, but you can't generate energy without using lots of water, and you can't really make clean water without using lots of energy. And yet, the systems that do these things are completely separate. So in the US, there are more than 50,000 water utilities. They're spread all over the country. By and large, they're all locally regulated. They set their own tariffs. They hire their own people. They do a lot of their own R&D. And yet energy tends to be at a bigger scale. So energy tends to be produced and operated more at a state level or a regional level with multiple states involved. And so there's really, even though energy and water can't coexist without each other, the actual operation of the systems are totally not aligned with each other. So that's a major challenge. And when you think about how can you align the policies around water and energy.
So it is very important to kind of also touch on the fact that at the federal level, at least in the US, when we start putting these institutions together, we didn't think about the other resource we need, right? So kind of like a siloed sort of approach to managing these systems, as you touched on very, very importantly.
Yeah, and even if you put energy aside for the moment, just look at water. You talk about silo. At the federal level, and I got this figure, Jason Morrison from the Pacific Institute, but there are 25 federal U.S. agencies and sub-agencies that regulate either the research around water or the management of water resources. 25 separate federal agencies and sub-agencies, and they, by and large, don't coordinate at the kind of granular level they would need to have a holistic approach to water policy. So that's just water. So how do you actually think about taking that kind of policy mechanism and matching it with what's going on the energy side?
Yeah, and I think the other piece of that is also the fact that they have very different missions. Their budgets are sort of allocated to do very specific things. So sort of deviating from that can be a very difficult thing to do. And I think we have come to realize more and more that we need to go across these silos, but it's very hard to kind of reallocate resources or change policies to make that happen. I actually, on this topic, we are talking about water and energy and the systems that dictate managing these resources. Obviously there are so many opportunities to reduce demand in the water side, to reduce energy. There are opportunities to recover energy from wastewater. There's opportunities to reduce leaks, to improve energy efficiency in the water systems. But there are also opportunities on the other side, right? Repurposing produced water from the oil and gas extraction for water purposes, or repurposing it for other needs. Have you seen any examples of organizations, locations, regions that actually have been able to harness this interconnection in a positive way?
Yeah, sure. So produced water is a really interesting case because in the U.S., they call the new oil and gas are developed. They're calling it unconventional fuels, and it's being developed. Probably 90 to 95% of all new oil and gas is being developed through fracking. So basically injecting water and other chemicals under very high pressure into the ground to create microfractures and then release the oil and gas molecules. And with those oil and gas molecules, as they come up with tons of produced water. And so this produced water often goes untreated. And what does that mean? It means that after they separate the oil and gas molecules from this water, the remaining dirty water is then injected back into a disposal well and taken out of circulation forever. But there are examples, Nusha, where through policy innovation, and Julian Kachinoff talked about how the U.S. is pushing innovation. Well, you can innovate on policies as well, not just technologies. And on policy innovation, Alberta, Canada, in the oil sands have said, hey, you now and I'm not supporting mandates, I'm just saying what they've done, I'm reporting that they said you have to recycle at least 90% of the produced water that's coming back up in this process. And so there's a huge, there was a huge burst of activity for recycling water in the oil sands in Canada.
So I think you touched on something super important, which I think it's important to highlight, which is the fact that we are not lacking any technological advancements. Often what we are lacking is how do we rethink and reimagine the institutional setup and the governance structures that can enable such a change, right?
Yeah. And I think that's the same in, you know, the energy water nexus, but also if you just look on the water side, water reuse, which is a huge challenge in the U.S. today. I mean, the U.S. is seeing a lot of water scarcity, and it's still just scratching the surface of what it can do to reuse wastewater. And you know, you need kind of innovative new policies because we have all the technology we need to do that. It's just a little bit more expensive than taking more water from the ground or a river, where maybe all you're paying is the electricity to pump the water, than it is to implement these solutions. So you need some new policies.
But is it more expensive, or is it because we are not having a system-level perspective around how these old ways of doing things are impacting our environment, or how much resource they use at the system level? And then when we focus on one plant or one location, it makes it, you know, makes you really think twice.
I think what your point of measurement is can come up, can mean you have different results, but if you're in an actual water utility and you need to augment your supply because you feel like it's strained, and you say, well, what are my options? I can, yes, the groundwater is getting low, but I can keep pumping more water from the ground, or I can buy these technologies and take my wastewater and recycle it. You're going to think within that unit for the economics. But yeah, if you can change the focus, I'm sure reuse is actually the economical way to go.
I want to go back to your role with the Water Reuse Association. I know you were very involved in last year on trying to push some policies in the U.S. To promote water reuse. Were there any discussions around energy footprint of water reuse? Was there any questions asked? I'm just curious to know if people are thinking about it at all.
So the Water Reuse Association is based just outside Washington, D.C., and its members, they're private sector members, but a lot of them are public agencies that actually serve 65 million Americans with their water. And you know, the Water Reuse, I'm chair of the policy committee for the Water Reuse Association, and if you look at all of the policies, they're all mainly around asking for federal incentives for municipalities, localities to reuse their water to help bridge that economic gap I was talking about a couple minutes ago. But one thing we're trying to do is shift the focus to the industrial side of the equation, because in the US, like in most of the developed world, industry uses much more water than cities do. In fact, in the US, it's almost 4 times as much. So all this focus on just helping municipalities bridge their economic challenges leaves the industrial side kind of untouched. So we're now, we just introduced in Congress this year a bill that would create an investment tax credit to get industry to reuse more water, so bring down 30% of the capital cost to industry of implementing a water reuse solution. And that would be a game changer. So just like you got the wind industry going in the US and the solar industry, you could get industrial reuse to grow more as well.
And I think industrial water, I mean, industrial sites are very interesting. We can talk about broad set of industries, but one example is, for example, data centers, right?
Yeah.
They are contained, so you can not only do water reuse, you potentially can also recover heat or recover energy from their waste. So there's so many different things that can be done within that contained space. And have you seen any innovation or any sort of talks, at least, when it comes to like, let's reuse water, but has there been any discussions around, oh, let's also sort of recover some of the heat or do other things to reduce the energy footprint of, for example, reuse?
Yeah. So on data centers, right now there are roughly 6,100 data centers in the world. There are different experts that have different figures, but I think kind of the consensus view is that we'll see about 37% growth just in the next 4 years. So we'll go from 6,100 data centers to 8,400 data centers. If you take a large data center, it's using 5 million gallons of water per day. 5 million gallons of water per day is enough water to supply a city of 50,000 people. So just think about the scale and the of pressure on water supplies. So yeah, when these data centers are being built, there's a tremendous demand for energy, cooling water within the data center, and also to cooling water at electricity plants where they're generating the electricity to run the data centers. But yeah, Nusha, there are examples of where data centers are now providing their own energy. There are examples of using renewable energy to do that, and I think they're going to have to crack the code and doing even more of that going forward.
Yeah, and it's also, for example, especially data centers that are doing high computational work, AI-driven ones, they do generate a lot of high-temperature heat that can be repurposed for so many different things, including reuse, for example, or district heating or some other things. So just being able to think across the board is super important, and I think it's something to kind of keep in mind as we are talking about water reuse and sort of energy-water nexus issues. John, we don't have tons of time, but I would like to also touch on some of the issues around, we talked about centralized infrastructure versus small distributed infrastructure. And I know you and I have been talking about on-site reuse for a long, long time, and I think it's becoming a lot more popular these days. I want to talk to you a little bit about what do you think that fits into this equation of water energy nexus and generally speaking in sort of changing the demand patterns on water.
I love the idea of thinking about this on a decentralized basis, and I think that's an easier place to think about how do you align energy and water in that context. And by the way, at the Water Reuse Association, you asked me earlier about our policy agenda, and I'm just sitting here thinking that of our top policies, none of them takes into account energy efficiency or consumption or carbon emissions. We just talk about how can we promote more water reuse, but often when you treat wastewater for reuse, you're using more energy, you're emitting more carbon. So we probably should be thinking about those two things in a way that's more aligned. But at the decentralized level, if you think about this on let's just say a household level, there's an organization, I don't know if people here have heard about it, called the 50L Home Coalition. It used to be 50 Liter. And the idea of this organization, which was founded by the World Economic Forum, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and 7 other organizations, was to design and pilot in 4 places around the world a water and energy efficient house. And I love the concept. I know there are challenges to doing that. One of the challenges is when you have these large reuse agencies that have invested $1 billion or more in creating their infrastructure, they're concerned, probably right to be concerned, but they're concerned that flows of wastewater back to them will be reduced.
Right.
And then they'll have stranded assets. So that needs to be managed. But yeah, I love the idea of thinking about this at the decentralized household level.
And I think sort of going back to the discussion around policy, I want to sort of highlight the fact that San Francisco in 2012 passed an ordinance to require large buildings, the ones that are 250,000 square foot or higher. We changed the policy to 100,000 square foot and higher. They need to have on-site reuse systems set up. And sort of that revolutionized how we approach construction of new buildings and changed the whole dynamic in that space. And sort of highlighting the fact that, again, that was not a technology problem. It was very much of a policy problem. Since we are almost at the end of our session, I want to see if you want to leave our audience with some thoughts around, how can we create this sustainable integration across these two systems?
My one thought, and it's really because you brought it to mind with your questions, is We should not think in silos anymore, and I can start with myself. I need to do a better job at the Water Reuse Association of thinking about reuse policies in concert with energy policies. So break down the silos.
Yep, that sounds good. Good policies, changing silos, and changing the way we manage our systems.
And thank you for
coordinate.
doing this.
Thank
with
you
me,
so
Nisha.
much. Yes, wonderful. Thanks, John.
Thank you very much, John, Dr. Nusha, for this engaging discussion. Kindly remain on stage, please, to accept a token of appreciation presented to you by the Saudi Water Authority to thank you for your invaluable contribution. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a panel discussion that will explore strategies to address water scarcity while simultaneously reducing energy consumption and desalination processes, particularly reverse osmosis. This discussion will focus on ensuring long-term sustainability without compromising on environmental integrity. Moderating this session is engineer Young-Woo Kyo, the senior expert at Watira SWA. Please, let's welcome him to the stage along with our esteemed panelists. Water is really important, especially in this conference. Welcome. Looking forward to your rich conversation. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and colleagues and innovators. My name is Young-Wook Yoo, working as a senior water expert at Watira, Saudi Water Authority. It is my really great honor to moderate this panel discussion in this wonderful conference in front of many innovators. Desalination has always been a story of pushing boundaries from securing water in arid regions to redefining what is technically and economically possible. Today, however, the conversation has shifted. It is no longer enough for desalination to produce water at scale. It must do so sustainably, using less energy, generating less waste, and integrating seamlessly into broader circular economy and carbon reduction frameworks. We have seen remarkable breakthroughs over the past decade in membranes, system design, and digital optimization and alternative energy. Yet major questions remain. What does sustainability really mean for desalination? Is it about kilowatt hour, carbon footprint, new materials, or something more systematic? To explore these questions, we are fortunate to have a panel of leaders who did not just observe this transformation, they helped shape it. I will begin by inviting each of you to briefly introduce yourself and tell us what sustainability initiative has your organization brought to the water industry, and how do you define your role in sustainability journey? Let's start from Mr. Wong. Hello, everyone. My name is Kiwi. I'm from PUB, Singapore's National Water Agency. I'm the chief specialist looking for potable water treatment, looking at R&D, technological innovations for water treatment, including seawater desalination.
So we are actually under the Ministry of Sustainability and the Environment. So as the name suggests, everything we do we have to be sustainable. So in our plant operations, in the way that we manage the whole water loop for Singapore, so all our activities are towards sustainable or more efficient in terms of energy, chemicals, etc.
Right, right. Thank you so much. And Dr. Shimura?
Good afternoon. I'm Haruto Kishimura. I lead the Middle East Technical Center at Toray Industries. My background is polymer chemistry and nanotechnology, and I have spent more than 15 years developing our own membranes and studying how to improve their performance and durability and lower energy desalination.
Great.
So our sustainability focuses on the reducing energy use and supporting the more stable long-term operation in our own plants. And my role in this journey is to connect the membrane science with the real operation so that a better membrane can deliver better sustainability in practice.
Right, looking forward to hear from you. And Mr. Shah?
Hi, first of all, thank you to SWA and IWS for having us here. I'm Kunal Shah, Senior Vice President of Aquatech. We are North America's largest industrial water desalination and wastewater reuse integrator and developer. In the space of water and sustainability, we have built wastewater reuse plants, seawater desalination plants for decades now. And we are now focused a lot on recovering resources from both the brine and wastewater. We count ourselves as one of the leading operators here in the Middle East as well. We're close to 3,000 people globally and doing a lot of exciting work in this space.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kamuri?
Yes. My name is Nizar Kamuri, and I'm the CEO of Sawako Water Group. We're based here in Jeddah. Sawako was founded in the year 2000 as the first private water utility. It's licensed by Ministry of Water. Sawako follows three approaches for its business. Number one, to maintain steady flow of water supplies with the right quality according to WHO and SASU standard. The second approach is to keep innovating internally and with innovators from around the world, and we were leaders in implementing several technologies in our plants here in Jeddah. And the third one is the sustainability approach, where we make use of all advances in technologies and in operation intelligence advances to reduce power consumption and reduce our impact on the environment and secure our our water supplies. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. You are in the really right fit. So, Tanaka-san?
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Satoshi Tanaka, working for the Toyobo MC Middle East Industry as CEO. And actually, our company acting as a solution provider to water industries by providing that unique membrane technology which we have. And we have the fluorofiber membrane, and the membrane material is cellulose triacetate, which has several advantages. And by using our unique membrane technology, we try to provide that stable operation and try to contribute to the water industry in this region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so before we begin to talk about innovation, sustainability, and energy reduction, let's define our problem first. So what kind of problems we are going to solve here? So my question to you, Mr. Kamura, so there are many new technologies suggested in the desalination market, but not many of them were chose to be implemented. Is it a technology issue, or it is just the nature of infrastructure? Why do you think technology adoption takes place very slowly? And what problems do we want to solve in desalination industry?
This is what I call the $1,000,000 question.
Thank you
If
so
$1,000,000 has any value nowadays. But the reason the water industry is very slow in adopting technologies is because the return on new technologies take time. You're talking about at least 5 to 6 years if you're lucky. That's why, and all water installations and water systems, they have a very, what we call, conservative approach. So you will not find a lot of utilities ready to venture into new technologies. In Sawako, we were aware of this, so we went really against the current. And we took an approach to go to the technologies in their infancy, take them under our wings if we believe that they have a future, let them experiment in real time, real situation in our desalination plants, because we have 4 desalination plants in Jeddah, each one with different characteristics. So we took the conscious decision to select what we believe the most promising technologies, bring them from the lab to Sawako commercial operation directly, and let them be experimented by our own operators, our own engineers, our own production teams. And this way, we have reduced the time from concept to commercialization, which usually take 5 to 7 years to 2 to 3 years.
Right.
We've done it with CFRO, we've done it with the ESD, where we produce 1 microsiemens ultra pure water. We've done it with the Biturbo from FEDCO. We've done it with so many. The key to advance these technologies is to be adopted by the industry. Right. The industry has to take them under their wings and bring them to the real world as soon as possible. You might face sometimes difficulties, you might fail, but it's okay. Out of every 10 technologies, is 1 or 2 work, you will make up for all the losses. And that was our approach, and we were successful in that, I think so.
Great, fantastic. So then my question to Tanaka-san, what is your thought about this aspect? Even though we introduced new technologies to new desal plants, there are still majority of plants up and running with old technologies. Should we have to leave them unattended, or should we find ways to involve old systems to the sustainability journey? What is your thought about that?
Actually, of course, that we should think about the operational improvement of the existing desalination plant. And actually, we are trying to promoting the introduction of unique membrane to the such a existing desalination plant. Our technology can provide a stable operation by having the chlorine tolerance membrane and follow fiber membrane configuration can provide 10 times larger membrane surface area per RO module, so which can contribute to the stable operation of the existing plant. And by doing such activity, of course, we should provide that more benefit to the existing plant, I think.
All right, thank you. Dr. Shimura, I know that you're a membrane expert. As a membrane scientist, do you see there are still rooms to improve performance of membrane to reduce energy consumption? Or what should we have a look in membrane technology? Can you explain a little bit about this?
Yes, I think there is still room to reduce the energy by improving the membranes. So let me explain briefly. Polyamide outer membrane has a very thin selective layer on the supporting layer, and the selective layer has a function to separate, and it consumes energy. And with advanced 3D electron microscopy, we found the selective layer has many hollow ridge and very nanostructures. We call it protuberances. And the structure is related to the performance of the membranes. By controlling the protuberances, we can increase the effective surface area and reduce the thickness to enhance the water transport. And on the molecular level, synchrotron, X-ray, and neutron scattering studies show that the water molecules and the polyamide layer interact and form a continuous sub-nanometer scale water channels inside the polyamide. The shape and the connectivity of these channels depend on how the polymer is made cross-linked and functional groups. By designing the polymer so that these water channels become more uniform and continuous, steel blocking salt, we can improve the permeability and the rejection at the same time. You know the permeability and the rejection is in relationship of trade-off.
Right.
And this is important because normally it's a trade-off. So breaking this trade-off allows lower operating pressure and it's reduced energy. So yes, there is still meaningful room for improvement, especially to the better control of the surface structure and internal water channels.
That's great. So we still have rooms to improve the performance.
Definitely.
That's great, very scientific. So then next question, little bit less scientific. The question to Mr. Shah. We've come a very long way indeed, but are we done yet? My question is actually, when we think of sustainability in desalination, energy is just one part. And there are many other parts we need to consider making desalination plant more sustainable. Is there more scope for improvement in terms of system and project and engineering, etc.? What is your thought about that?
Good question, and the work is not done yet. So let me explain the past, where we are now, and what's left.
All right.
A few decades ago, desalination was called energy monster,
right,
consuming 8, 9, 10 kilowatt hour per meter cube. Today we're talking about nice scale plants, 3-ish kilowatt hour per meter cube. There are some plants who can go less and stuff. So I think as an industry, we have brought this energy consumption impressively down. Very few heavy industries in the world can claim what seawater desalination has done by bringing the energy consumption already low by an order of magnitude. So, to all of us in the room, it's a great job done. But as you said, is it done yet? In our personal view, it's not mission accomplished. I think we have eaten big slice of the cake. Mm-hmm. There are a few crumbs left. Right. But if you combine all these small crumbs, it is megawatts of power on a regional scale. Right. I like sports cars, so let me give you an example. As a builder and operator of seawater desalination plants, I would like to give an analogy to a sports car.
All right.
So, an engine is our train, right? I think here we've gone with high pressure pumps, savings on high pressure pumps, high recovery membranes, pressure recovery devices. But I think what is to be left to be done is the aerodynamics and the driver of the car. By what that I mean is, picking up all those small little things inside a seawater desalination plant, whether that's optimizing the pre-treatment, putting digital twins, smarter layouts, etc., etc. So if anybody knows about Le Mans, the sports festival, you don't win a Le Mans because you are building a bigger and a better engine. I think it's a combination of a lot of things. Right. And in the desalination industry, we are at that stage now. Just the last part, what is left to be done? In our opinion, 3 things. I think we can squeeze 10 to 20, maybe 25% more from the optimization, more better membranes, nicer layout. The second is maybe we can push the recovery of more water per MLD intake, recovering from brine, which means making more value per unit. And the third thing, in our opinion, is this triangle of decarbonization and desalination, D
That's
and D.
important, yes.
So I think the next frontier of desalination plants will be where you make the desalination systems talk more with the power systems. When the grid power is abundant and cheap, throttle more desalinated water. When the grid is stressed, as we see in many parts of the world, throttle it back. Co-locate it with solar and wind and battery. So I think the impact has to be all around. So sorry for a long answer, but this is what I see, that the
Right.
mission is not accomplished yet.
So just in short, the opportunity is everywhere, basically, right? Correct. So finally, the question to Wong, Mr. Wong. I'd like to talk about Singapore. You know, I'm not lucky enough to visit Singapore until now, but you know, Singapore has been an innovation powerhouse for many years already. And what was your secret ingredient behind the huge success in water cycle management? And how did your country define the problem? And what was your approach to solve them?
Thanks for the compliment. We are a very small country, 721 square kilometers. Although with about more than 5.6 million people packed on a tiny island, although we have about 2.4 meters of annual rainfall, but we simply don't have enough space to store and treat the rainwater. So political leadership is key. It's very important to help us to come out with on water management. So on this, we take a diversified approach. So we have what we call 4 national taps. We have supply from reservoir water, we supply from imported water, then we have what we call the so-called unconventional water sources. We have new water, which is recycled water, and it was covered earlier in some of the panel. Then we have seawater desalination. So we have these 4 diversified supplies for water supply, but the last 2 were new water and seawater desalination, because they use RO, so the energy consumption would be slightly high. So it's a challenge for us to want to tackle and bring down the energy consumption on these 2 fronts.
Right, great. So then let's talk about in more detail about the examples of innovation. Let's continue about your case in Singapore. So what was Singapore's most successful story in energy and sustainability in desalination? Could you share your experience a little bit?
I would say that we have little success here and there. I hope that my team and I will be part of the future success that we're trying to achieve. So right now, for example, in the domain of low pressure desalination, that's in new water recycling, we have tried out, or we have tested flow reversal. So that helps us to increase the recovery to 85 to 90%. We have tried out biomimetic membranes, aquaporin-based membranes, and that allow us to reduce the energy of the RO by about 10%. So these are the little success that we have so far. But on the R&D and innovation side, we are testing some promising technologies. We have a demonstration plant, we call it a Desalination Integrated Validation Plant, DIVP. So that would test a whole series of technology for the whole process treatment for seawater desalination, from pre-treatment to desalting to post-treatment. So for example, for pre-treatment, we are testing, in the middle of testing, ceramic membrane, using ceramic membranes, not only to reduce energy, but also for resilience against water quality events like oil spill and algae. And then for the desalting portion, we are trying out, or going to test batch RO, and semi-batch RO for the BWRO, or brackish water RO side. So with this, we have a very ambitious target. We hope that we can achieve at R&D level 2.0 kilowatt hours per cubic meter. We try to reach towards this ambitious target.
Right, great. Looking forward to it. So next question, Mr. Kamuri. How about Sawako? I will ask you a little bit about Sawako experience. I know that your company has implemented CFRO for the first time inside Saudi Arabia. And what was your story? What was your story to share? Do you have any specific experience you want to share about your new implementation?
Yes. In addition to what my friend Kunal said about the infinitesimal improvement we can do along the value chain of desalination, we at Sawako, we believe what's left, the big prizes in reducing cost and energy in desalination is along whatever Kunal said, but we believe, and we're stressing on two areas, brine and machine learning. I don't like to use the word AI a lot, but I'd like to use operational intelligence algorithms based on machine learning. These are the two areas that we believe will drive the cost down and make desalination more sustainable, more profitable, and that will help more in securing water supplies for the scarce resource. Brine is the most interesting reject, if I can say, reject stream. It's the purest form of water. It's been through all the process from multimedia filter, cartridge filter, through the smallest pore of RO, where a lot of power is being put into it, and at the end, and it was descaled as well. We descale it, and it goes to waste. This brine holds the key for sustainability in desalination. We experimented with a company, a spin-off from MIT that became later the first unicorn in the water industry, Gradient. And Sawako took the decision to invest in the first pilot plant. We built it with Gradient in Minnesota, and we brought it to Jeddah. And we worked 2 years on it, experimenting on it. And right after that, we implemented in a smaller plant that started now running for the 3rd year on CFRO, where we take brine and we produce potable water from it, and we give it to industries and factories in the southern part of Jeddah. This is very important. So the CFRO was built out of necessity. We have very limited source of water inland, highly saline. So CFRO was probably the only technology that could deal with this water. And we succeeded because we believed in this technology. We invested in it. We brought it to Jeddah. We did all the R&D in Jeddah. And we went, and for the record, this is the first CFRO commercially operational in Saudi Arabia right after COVID. Number two, as early as 2019, we dealt with 2 companies in the AI field before the word AI was there. One called Imagine and one called Pani. And due to COVID, we stopped, but we restarted now with our operational intelligence algorithms in one of our larger plants, and we're in operation for over a year and a half. If you ask me, does the investment in AI give you the result? I will tell you, you have to wait, because we need massive data over a year, 2, 3 years, so that for the machine learning algorithm to start giving the right advice. We get advice now, but our aim, when we have enough data to go from predictive maintenance to agentic maintenance, where the system will advise and execute what to do.
All right.
And we expect within a year and a half we can reach the agentic level. So these 2 areas, dealing with the brine and dealing with machine learning, that will drive desalination in the future.
Okay, fantastic. So since you mentioned about brine, and I'd like to talk about a little bit about brine mining. Ocean brine mining is still a very popular subject, and I know that Toyobo made a great progress in this brine mining field. So Actually, brine mining is, in my opinion, is very much aligned with the circular economy concept, and it creates potentials to develop a downstream business of desalination plant. But in my opinion, there is a big hurdle in brine mining, that is thermal crystallizer. I know that you have very unique technology, like membrane brine concentration system. So can you explain a little bit about your technology, how you can enhance in terms of efficiency and sustainability of brine mining technologies?
Okay, yes. Actually, our photofiber membrane module has been used in the brine concentration application. And where that the solution can be concentrated up to the very high level by using the very low energy consumption. This is a very good feature of this new technology. And our latest commercial reference is the Indonesian project, where that food-grade salt is produced from seawater. And our membrane concentration unit is installed just before the thermal crystallizer. And the membrane concentrator can reduce the size of thermal crystallizer, which can significantly reduce the capex and opex of this whole system.
Right.
I think that such a combination of the membrane concentration process with thermal process can make that brine mining more feasible and sustainable, I think.
That's great. So your membrane concentration system can contribute to reduce the size of the thermal crystallizer. That's brilliant. So another question to Mr. Shah. Technology is central to reducing energy consumption, of course. But you know that history tells you already have implemented FEWA project, and which is like 10 years ago, but its energy consumption was less than 2.5 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. So can you shed some light on your technology? Like, how can we stay more effective while we address all lessons learned without compromising effectiveness?
Absolutely. Just to add to echo what people were saying here, I think necessity is the mother of invention. We were not looking next day morning to make the power consumption lower, but this particular project is in Fujairah, FIWA. The situation of the tender, the bid, was such that we had to go back to the drawing boards and prepare a new process. So 2016, we built this plant which was consuming 2.46 kilowatt hour per meter cube. Again, energy consumption has to be defined. We're talking from pre-treatment to pumping. Does it include everything, etc., etc.? But I think in that process, we used something 10 years ago, a technology called low watt. No rocket science, but just simple thing that membranes have biofouling. So there is a biofouling mitigation online sensor, and that automatically triggers a cleaning process. Okay? That's one. But I think putting too much pressure on just the power molecule is not right. We should look at it from a total cost of operation. You talk energy, chemical consumption, membrane life, because these all three things are eventually making more sustainable. So what we figured out on our technology was that we consume lesser chemicals, so use less chemicals, enhance membrane life, so now you need lesser membranes. Of course, power consumption was one angle. But here is what I see technology. So each individual component adds value. But you look around in the room, there is so much knowledge, so many great operators in SWA, SWCC, many places around the world. That operation knowledge is sometimes less fashionable, so we don't talk about it so much. We like to talk about AI, ML,
of course,
high membrane, better sensor. But imagine, this is the best sensor.
Right.
And I think what we took as a company was, because we operate from Chile to China plants, we tried to take data from all these plants, not now, this was many years ago, and try to do talking between the plants simple. And what we're trying to do is to digitize wisdom a bit. The wisdom should not retire. If you digitize it, probably it becomes better. So I think these were some of the things we did, and we continue to improve on them.
Right, great. Great. But I still like to talk a little bit more about membrane. So what is the biggest hurdle that the membrane companies to solve to make the membrane system more durable, energy efficient, and more sustainable? If you can combine your answer with some sort of AI application, AI is such a buzzword, but if you can add a little bit of AI solutions to improve membrane performance, that would be really great.
So, thank you. So, the major challenge is that keeping the membrane clean for a long time, and while also reducing energy and chemical consumption. And today, it's not enough to say the higher flux membrane can offer lower energy. In real plants, high flux can create flux imbalance in the vessels and higher concentration polarization and even faster fouling. So as I said, fouling is a big challenge. And to run membranes clearly, we need prevention, not strong chemical cleaning. So this is why we use new technology, a relatively analog, it's called MBFR technology. It's simple. We place a small piece of column with a real outer membrane sheet on the side stream, and water flows through it. The biofilm grows on the top of the membrane, and we measure the ATP, adenosine triphosphate, to measure the biofouling. So it tells us how fast the fouling will grow in the real system before actual fouling occurs. So if the value rises, the pre-treatment must be adjusted. And if it stays low, we can avoid unnecessary chemical cleaning and keep operating pressure lower for a long time. So the main hurdle is improving the membrane chemistry and fouling prevention and system design together. So, your question is about utilizing the AI for the development of membrane, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a good question. Digital technologies like AI can also help membrane development. And Toray has a task force team for the digital membrane design, and I used to be the leader.
Right.
And we use molecular dynamics simulation and quantum simulation and fluid dynamics simulation and informatics to speed up the development.
Right.
And it's important that AI cannot alone find a breakthrough. AI can only learn from the data set it's given. As you know, if the data does not include the samples that go beyond today's performance limit, I cannot predict them well. Just like the ChatGPT, only knows what's in its training data. So the key is understanding the uncertainty in AI predictions. And high uncertainty means it might work very well or not. So we simply don't know. So we then run experiments in these uncertain areas and give it to the AI and feedback. So this makes AI smarter and expands the design space.
All right.
Yeah. With this cycle, we are pushing membrane design toward breaking the permeability rejection to trade-off.
Great point. Well, we have prepared a lot of questions, but we are approaching to the end of the panel discussion already. So I will have to ask this question. Let's talk about the future prospect. Let's assume that we will gather here next year in the same conference, and then we will talk about, again, the sustainability in desalination. So what progress do you think you can share in next year's in this conference. Let's start from Tanaka-san.
Yeah, actually, I would like to share more success stories
Yeah.
in the next occasion. To do so, we are the membrane manufacturer and the developer, so we want to continue that some kind of the development activity for provide better products and services which can contribute to the water sustainability in this.
Right, great, fantastic point. Sawako has many plants up and running now, so I'm sure you have a lot of things to share next year. So what is your very brief and concise thought?
Yes, I mean, we have invested and developed 4 different streams of technologies with something on our own and some with partners. And we start reaping the rewards. So I'm very confident when I come 12 months from today, I can tell you about additional capacity being generated from having a system like Biturbo producing water at 0 kilowatt hour from the same plant. I'm very confident that I will come next year and tell you about that our operational intelligence algorithm are now helping us to reduce more power, and we can share how much we were consuming for the same capacity in December 10 today and December 10, 2026. And my promise, I will do this. Number 3, we will increase the throughput from CFRO. And if things go well, we're deploying a new technology that can have resource recovery and reducing the salinity of brine.
Great.
All of this, without massive capital investment, we will produce more water using the same membrane, the same high pressure pump, just using algorithm and technologies, and I'm very sure I will share these successes with you next year.
Right, so you will come next year for sure, right?
We already signed for next year.
Right, great. So Mr. Shah, what would you share next year?
I guess from our side, we will share a lot more innovation on what we are doing in the brine management space.
All right, brine mining.
Next year, you will see a lot more stuff on data on new plants. But if I may, I would like to tell to this room again what we said in the beginning, that we should be proud of what we have done to making it so energy efficient. If you look at it that way, desalination plant power consumption as on a municipal scale can be compared to the electricity consumption of a refrigerator per household in Saudi.
Okay.
So I think we just have to bolt it on now to smarter design, smarter layouts, digital optimization, better brine management, so that we don't overhype this word of energy per meter cube, but holistically, it should not be how much kilowatt per meter cube. It should be how much water per kilowatt hour.
Yes.
So it has to be looked into a holistic view.
All right. How about Shimura-san?
Yeah,
what would you share next year?
So I hope Toray can show progress in 2 areas. One is new high rejection or high productivity membranes developed through the better nanostructure control. And the second is better integration between the membranes and operations supported by the tools and technical and training support for the operators. So together, I believe these will lead to the reduction in the energy consumption.
Right. How about you, Mr. Wong?
Yeah.
What would you share
The
next?
signboard says time's up, so I'll try to keep
Quickly,
it short.
quickly.
So I shared earlier about the various promising technologies that we're going to
Okay.
test at our desalination integrated validation plant. So the technologies like ceramic membranes, batch RO, semi-batch RO. So in 1 year's time, I hope that we have enough good data and to share and to assess if we can hit our target in terms of the energy consumption. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much, all of you, and share your brilliant insights. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. And I really hope to see you soon, next year, and
you.
sooner. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for our esteemed panelists and our moderator, engineer Young Wook Yu, for such an engaging conversation. Please accept this token of appreciation presented to you by the Saudi Water Authority as a thank you for your rich contribution to this conference. It was indeed a very insightful discussion. The strategies shared today, ladies and gentlemen, are very critical to advancing sustainable desalination practices and also addressing global water challenges. Up next, I would like first to remind you about the Water Horizons report. In alignment with their goals of advancing the water sector, the Saudi Water Authority published a report in partnership with Oliver Wyman. This report, ladies and gentlemen, takes a comprehensive look at the future of infrastructure, digital transformation, circularity, and also how it's shaping water management worldwide. You can simply scan the QR code and to download the report and to go through it. Up next, we will hear a case study on the smart engine of next-generation desalination technology. This session is going to highlight the innovative barrel technology, which is a smart engine for next-generation desalination. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Mohammed Askar, the Regional Director, Mia at Veolia. Welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon. The innovation I am gonna present today, it is a story of transformation and a revolution in the reverse osmosis industry. The barrel, safe, compact, digital, and smart alternative solution to replace the traditional reverse osmosis skids. You can imagine single piece of equipment can treat up to 50,000 cubic meters per day. This is not magic. This is real. This is the barrel. Our story in Veolia started in 2016 to mitigate the repeated challenges in the traditional RO industry, to reduce the safety risk for operators, to increase the plant operation easiness, and for sure to reduce the CapEx, OpEx, and tariff, and for sure the footprint for the water treatment plant. Improve the construction, operation maintenance, especially for the large desalination plants. The process remains the same. The design evolved to match the market needs. We replace thousands of the high-pressure connections into only 2 high-pressure connections. We keep the pre- and post-treatment as it is. The process implementation is strictly identical to the normal RO. We just easily replace the RO skids into the barrel system. May some of you will wondering, what is a barrel? What it looks like? This short video will introduce and give you some points for the barrel and how it looks like.
SIDM is proud to present its safe, modular, compact, and digital reverse osmosis desalination technology, the barrel.
Fast track project schedule for the fast track projects, low carbon footprint, unchanged process, the same proven process for the reverse osmosis skids, OPEX saving, and for sure, CAPEX saving. Optimization for the footprint. Comparing to the normal skids, it can optimize up to 25% reduction in the footprint. Outdoor installation. Instead to make stainless steel hangers or indoor equipment for the normal RO skids, our barrel system is insulated for cold and hot countries. And it is equipped for CAPEX saving through cost reduction of the buildings required for the normal skids. It's scalable. We have many models. It starts from 400 cubic meter per day till B37 can equip until 30,000 cubic meter per day. It's a modular design. This is just configuration, length, and the diameter for different types of barrel what we have right now. Digital. Each membrane inside the barrel system is equipped with a smart connector, which is connected to our artificial intelligence system, the HubGrade, which collect all the data, all the parameters from the membrane, and it can be shown remotely through any smart device. This is a real-time unit membrane monitoring, so the operation and maintenance team can follow up the plant operation and the status of each element of the membrane in real time. For sure, it will provide the end users many advantages in terms of operation and maintenance, and for sure, chemicals reduction. So we have reduction of overall equipment, real-time performance monitoring with the smart connectors, high control of the performance, better shutdown maintenance planning, and no more probing. This is the architect and how it connects to our artificial system, predictive maintenance to the O&M team, process performance optimization, 5 to 10% CIB frequency reduction comparing to the conventional RO skids, membrane replacement rate reduction, chemical saving, and up to 10% energy saving come from the HVAC and the power saving from the building required for the normal RO skids. This is time-lapse video. Will show a real video installation in Oman, in sewer plant for desalination. It's only in one day. We are making an assembly and complete installation for one unit, 5,000 cubic meter per day. uh, 2 by 500 cubic meter per day. We have another one for Sydney. It's almost 10,000 cubic meter per day. B1 type 1, it is multiple, it's one unit, 10,000 cubic meter per day, produce 9,600. This application for micropollutant removal for potable water plant and
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for sharing this exciting innovation with us. Kindly accept this token of appreciation from the Saudi Water Authority to thank you for your rich contribution. Thank you very much. Our next case studies, ladies and gentlemen, provides an inside look at how the Water Alliance in the Netherlands is fostering an innovation ecosystem for developing water technologies that can be applied actually worldwide. This session will also showcase Dutch examples of resource recovery, circular solutions, and energy-saving technologies for water utilities, agriculture, and industries. Together, let's welcome Hein Molenkamp, the Managing Director of the Water Alliance from the Netherlands. Welcome to the stage.
Well, thank you for your kind introduction. And thank you also for the invitation to speak here at the IDWS. I'll give you an impression about the Dutch innovation ecosystem on water technology. And walking around here at IDWS these days, it's also impressive to see what happens in Saudi with water and innovation. And I think for the future, to solve all our challenges, collaboration is a very key factor. So for that reason, I introduced today for you our innovation system, how it is set up in the Netherlands, and also with a lot of global connections. For your information, Water Alliance is a network organization in the Netherlands. And at the last Green Tech exhibition in Amsterdam, it's a greenhouse exhibition, we signed an MOU with the SAFTA from Saudi. And for 3 months ago, I was myself at the Saudi agriculture in Riyadh. So it is good to make these kinds of collaborations really work. As you might know, the Netherlands is a country where innovation and water is very important, and through the ages, the Netherlands has already lived with water. As a water technology hub, as we call it, Water Alliance is based and it is a system where governments, knowledge institutes, and companies work closely together to accelerate new innovations to the market. The next short movie, will show you how this water campus ecosystem is working. ecosystem. And you have probably seen that scientific parts, applied research, and commercial companies work closely together. And that makes it very important, because where we want to go to is to accelerate those new technologies and get to a quicker implementation in the market. And often new technologies, they take more than 10 companies which see a market potential for those new technologies. So that means that the chance is very large that this technology will go from the university level to the market. And water technology is very multidisciplinary, so the research is also very multidisciplinary and set up. There is water physics, there's electrochemistry, there's microbiology, membrane technology. All those disciplines come together in water technology. And there's a lot of research teams carried out at WETSIS, so too much to discuss here in detail. You can find those information back. And companies come together where you see companies pick up a lot of those students where they can grow their company with. In a larger scale piloting, then often you need maybe sea container type of pilots. We also operate several what we call demo sites. You can see it as test beds as well, where sea container type of pilots can be carried out. And this is all to do, again, with acceleration. For instance, in the Netherlands, if you want to run a pilot container at a customer, then you have to wait a long time before you get your environmental permits. And those test facilities, the demo sites we created there, those permits are pre-arranged, so they can go quickly to those test facilities. At Water Campus, the business center, we also run a what we call Water Tech Incubator. So in those 15 to 20 years where Water Campus is now there, we had some 70 to 80 startup companies arising out of the research. So we also need some time connection with capital or market or knowledge. So we all facilitate these entrepreneurship programs for startup companies. And these programs are open for foreign companies as well. Well, now we come to Waterlines, where startups to companies who are there already for over 100 years in the business. So we do branding and promotion, business development, pre-business development as we call it, and matchmaking, and run many team meetings. Waterlines has some 210 active members, and they are grouped in expert groups. For instance, Circular Water is an expert group where a lot of those technology companies are combined. As Water Alliance, we have a global collaboration with many clusters from the US to Singapore to all the countries in Europe, so we are open for a collaboration in that field. Also, we are into international clean tech network where more than 25 clusters who are running into clean tech operations are gathering. Just a few quick pictures about all kinds of technology which might be relevant in the Saudi market as well. And some of the companies are even active already in the Saudi market. This is a picture of the scale-up or source-separated separation. And that is a technology where the water in the house is separated into black water and gray water, and the technology is treated in a separate technology treatment system next to these houses, where, for instance, a project in the Netherlands of about 230 houses are combined into one system. And in the Swedish city of Helsingborg, a larger city is now equipped with this type of technology, and there are still developments going on. Another example is a company called Haskoning. It's also a consultancy company, but it's also a water technology development company, and they developed, for instance, the Nereda technology, which is a very compact aerobic granular sludge biological wastewater process. So you see here two pictures of projects they have carried out already in the last couple of years here. A rather innovative technology where they can carry out desalination for instance, irrigation water. There's many of those rather young companies active in the and they carry out a project on a slaughterhouse wastewater. And of course, they have all kinds of systems for remote areas as well. A rather new company which just started from the Netherlands is Spectro Marine, and they are a company with advancing real-time water quality monitoring to mitigate biofouling in desalination plants. And I saw they have also a poster here in the Innovation Pavilion. So please, if you are interested in them, you can even talk to them. Like another Dutch company have a poster here is NX Filtration. They are active in nano filtration. So they have a poster here as well. So if you want to speak to the people for NX Filtration, please head to them. One of the last examples is Saltec, which is a rather new technology, a modular plug-and-play solution to separate salt and water. So this is specialized in brine technology. Last example and is of a company called Hydroloop. They are in IDWS as well with us this week. It's an in-house solution for grey water reuse. So this is a very interesting new technology which makes in fact possible to treat the grey water in each individual house. And that makes that you get less wastewater going to the sewage treatment, and that's of course a very circular idea. Please speak to them if you are interested. That brings me to my last slide, and time is up, so I'd like to thank you. Let's collaborate in this field of innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hein, for presenting these remarkable examples of Dutch innovation. Kindly accept this token of appreciation presented to you by the Saudi Water Authority to thank you for your invaluable participation and contribution to this conference. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the water, energy, food nexus and how the socio-technical innovations are actually driving climate-resilient agriculture. This case study focuses on smart irrigation systems and water reuse technologies that reduce water and energy consumption in agriculture, while at the same time enhancing food security and climate resilience. Please join me in welcoming Eddie Moors, the rector of IHE Delft. Welcome to the stage.
Salam alaikum. I think we are almost at the end of, I think, a very interesting conference that are taking place. And I think until now we have heard quite a lot of words also about how we can treat water in a good way, either by desalination or water treatment and reuse. What I would like to do in my very short presentation is I also would like to take you with me to think a little bit about maybe the other side. And what I mean by the other side is the water users, because in the end, that's why we do it. We want to prepare water, want to have water ready for water use. And I would like to say a few words about this water, energy, food nexus, because those three are very strongly linked with one another. And I think that besides the technical innovations that we have learned a lot about, we also have to know a little bit, okay, how do we apply them and how do we make good use of it? So what I wanted to say a bit is how are they connected and what can you do with that? And here I will just show an example from India, but I think it also applies to other places. And often as a water manager, you have to make decisions on where do you want to use how much water. Now, a very important part in there is also, of course, the economic value that the product brings to you. One of the biggest water users is, of course, the agricultural industry. So we need food, and we need quite a lot of water actually to assure that we can have this food production taking place. In India, there are two main stable crops. One is rice, which you see on the left-hand side, and one is wheat, which you see on the right-hand side. What you see in this picture is actually the percentage of energy that's needed actually to produce wheat and rice. And you see that there are different components in there, like chemical fertilizer, but also pesticides, also the seeds, the diesel that you need in there. But there are two very important topics in there. That's the red and the light blue part. And the red one is the electricity that you require in the production actually of wheat and rice. And the blue part is the amount of energy that's needed actually to get the water in the field for irrigation purposes. Now, what's interesting here is that if you know the situation also in India, you know that the part of water, especially if you look at the rice part, a large part of the energy that is required is needed to pump up the water, to make sure that you have enough water available for the growing of rice. But also, in a number of cases, it's been used in the wheat production, although wheat in most cases is something that is built actually on seasonal rainfall in connection with surface water irrigation. But because of the changing climate and the shortages that's there, you also see a bigger and bigger need of pumping up water and using groundwater systems. Now, pumping up water is indicated in what you see on the red bar, which is the electricity that is required. And if you compare the two crops with one another, you already see that there's a big difference in the amount of energy that's being used only to supply water, the red and the blue part together. So as a manager of a certain area, you are interested, okay, what should I do? Should I increase the amount of irrigation required for rice, or should I keep some of the irrigation to be able to grow wheat in there? And what I think is an interesting part in this particular study for India is that you can make a decision actually on where your objectives are. Is that one, on the return of your investment, so the value of the crop that you're growing and the market price that you get, and how does that one relate actually to the cost that you have to make? And should you then allow pumping, for example, of groundwater to irrigate the crop or not? Or should you use that water for other purposes, for example, for drinking water? Now, this is just one example, but you can improve that example if you have data available. And here, this is a database that is available at a 30-meter resolution, so very high resolution scale at the level of farmers' crop fields. And with this particular database that's been made available through the FAO, you can investigate how a certain farmer is actually using the water that's been applied to him. So this database is available. You can have access to that. It's an open database. What we do from the institution that I work for, we learn actually different users on how you can use those data actually to your advantage, and I will just tell you in a second a little bit about that. At the moment, we have introduced this particular way of working in Yemen, in Tunisia, in Egypt, and we're working with other countries also to introduce how, as a water manager, but also as an agricultural manager, you can make use of it. Of course, it directly gives you insight the amount of water that's being used for agricultural purposes, and you can make a distinction between the different crops. But I think what's even more interesting, at a very high resolution scale, you can also identify in the fields of a farmer how much water is being used. And if you look at the right-hand side here, you can identify the different crops, you can identify the fields, you can identify how much biomass or how much product has been used there, but you can also identify the water consumption. So on the basis of data like this, you can also make comparison between different fields, between different farmers on how much crop are they producing and how much water are they needed. This is meant also to improve actually the amount of water that's being used, and how can you improve the management and operation skills of a farmer in producing a certain crop, or maybe advising a farmer to change a crop so that you get more revenues from the amount of water that is available, but also from the amount of energy and the cost that you make to produce a crop. So what I think is that if you look at the data, you have to be a little bit careful. That's why I put up this slide. It's not as if you can use the remote sensing data directly. I do think you need also to know a little bit what's happening there. And here are a couple of issues that maybe are important to consider if you look at why is there a difference between one field and another field in crop. So that can be the difference to the canal, so that makes the availability of water. It can have to do also with the quality of water, but of course there are also things that can take place and that make a difference. Is the soil type, fertilizer that's being used, the seed that's being used, but a lot of those things can also be part of an advice to the farmer on how to improve the production in there and increase his income. Now, the innovations that I think are behind it is, besides having this database available at this very high resolution of 30 meters, is that you can also advise on different cropping patterns. You can look if you can use crops that are maybe more resistant to droughts or saline water or saline soils. You can look at the timing of a sensitive crop, as you not always will be using completely artificial conditions there. then the weather plays an important role, and extreme events, especially the availability of water in certain vegetative phases of a crop, are very important to consider. But also precision agriculture is a very nice development that can take place, and you can go to completely artificial conditions where you work with greenhouses. Even there, you can have an added benefit in producing energy from the greenhouses, so there are also secondary benefits in the selection of choices and the production that you do. Also, you can use new water. We heard a lot about this conference, and I do think that the reuse of treated water, but also in some cases even desalinized water for very high value crops, are interesting prospects that are there. Of course, I do think that you need this water energy food nexus connection to make a right decision about how much money you can put into the production of the drivers like water, but also pesticides that you require for crop production. A very important part in there is actually on the top slide here, is that if you look at things like that, I think it's very important to look at the production chain. So not only at what's happening in the field, but you have to look at the full production chain, and also related to that, the value chain. So what is the value of the crop? Is there a market for it? Can you create a market for it? And on the basis of that, make decisions where you look at transportation, but also the production and availability of water. So what I think is important, and we have been discussing that at certain podia also during the conferences here, is actually this accelerator framework that was introduced to push the SDG 6, or the water SDG, where you bring together financing and investment, where you look at what data and information is there, the example of what I just showed about the WAPOR database from FAO, but also the innovations that we were discussing here during the conference, together with the governance system that you require if you are allowed to reuse water or not, or under what conditions can you do that, what's the level of actually the treatment that is required to allow you to use it for certain crops. And then the last part is capacity development. We heard also some words in the earlier sessions about the investment, among others from IFC that is there. But I think another very important part is human capital that is also required. So I do think it's also quite important to assure that you have human capital and people that know how to use the innovations. But also, for example, that what we were discussing in a couple of other sessions, that water managements are indeed informed about what is required to make an investment. So how can you set up and demonstrate actually to the investor that what you are proposing is something that also will have a return on investment, so that he or she is willing to make that investment. And I think that that's very much related to I think this water, food and energy nexus, where you have to consider all those different elements in there. Also, of course, with the environment that is required in there to see what is the best decision and the optimum decision for your particular case. With that, I would like to thank you also for the conference and the conference organizers, because I very much appreciated the different approaches actually to what you can do with water, and especially on the sustainability side. So thank you for your attention, and hope to see you next time.
Thank you very much, Eddie, for this insightful presentation. Thank you very much. Kindly accept this token of appreciation from the Saudi Water Authority to thank you for your invaluable contribution to this conference. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we introduce our upcoming case study, let me speak to you a little bit about the Water Horizons report. In an alignment with their goals of advancing the water sector, the Saudi Water Authority published a report in partnership with Oliver Wyman that takes a comprehensive look at the future of infrastructure, digital transformation, circularity, and also how it's shaping water management worldwide. Can we have the QR code, please, on the screen? Yes, that's the QR code where you can scan it and then you can take a look, a deeper look at this fascinating report, Water Horizons report. Our final case study for today highlights the Netherlands POSHYDON project, where the offshore platforms convert seawater into green hydrogen using wind power, ladies and gentlemen. And this innovative circular approach combines seawater, desalination, offshore electrolysis, and the renewable energy to fuel coastal clean energy hubs. Together, let's welcome Professor Ziping Lei from KAUST, Saudi Arabia. Professor Lei from KAUST, welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your nice introduction, and it's really my pleasure here, and I really wanted to thank the organizer to give me an opportunity to introduce our innovative technologies, how to convert seawater into a renewable energy solution. And I'm a Chinese, but I really consider myself a local because I have been a professor of the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology for 16 years. KAUST is established in 2009, and this is a very research-oriented university. So our current president is Sir Edward Bohm, and we have about 200 faculties, about 1,500 graduate students, and about other 2,000 researchers. So KAUST has already been ranked in the #1 in the Arctic world for the last 3 years. So indeed, for the local talent, I would really recommend you to consider KAUST as your next studying place, because KAUST is already become a world-leading university near your home now. Now, for visitors, you are really welcome to visit our campus. We have a very, very beautiful campus about 80 kilometers away from here. And our students come from more than 110 nations. So this is really a very, very international community. And I'm sure that you will find somebody maybe from your home country. Now, the innovation I'm talking about today is about how to extract lithium from low-grade brands. So as part of the Saudi 2030 vision, and the kingdom is quickly advanced into the electric cars. And the CEO is the first Saudi brand, the electric vehicle company, and it will soon produce its first EV at the King Abdullah Economic City, which is also not far away from here. And at the same time, the kingdom has made a major investment into solar and wind and geothermal energy. And all of this development in renewable energies will require significant amount of lithium. This has bring a big concern to the kingdom and also to the entire world, is that do we have enough lithium to support such a massive energy transition? So indeed, if you look at the world map for the lithium reserve, and countries like Saudi and many others really doesn't have a lithium reserve. But luckily, lithium is not a rare earth element. It exists in large quantities in many other unconventional resources. For example, seawater, it contains about 0.2 ppm. The concentration is very, very low, but the quantity is huge. Even we take like 1% of lithium out of the seawater, it would be more than enough for our human being needs. The other very important the in-kingdom resource is the oil field produced water. It contains more than 20 ppm lithium. So again, the concentration is very low. But if we are able to take all the oil produced water from the kingdom, we may be able to produce up to 100,000 tons of lithium carbonate per year. that would be enough to power more than 2 million electric cars. So indeed, this is a meaningful number to build a localized supply chain. However, to extract lithium from those resources is very challenging because, as already showed, the lithium concentration is very low, and also it contains many other impurities. So this typically converts to technical challenges like the high energy consumption and high cost. So how can we economically, viably to extract lithium from those resources? So this is not easy. So indeed, we need innovative technologies. So at KAUST, we developed a membrane-based technology. So we invented a ceramic membrane, and this membrane is very, very selective to lithium. So essentially, only lithium can pass through this membrane, nothing else. And then we developed a hydrolysis process. So we use an electric field to drive the lithium ions in the feed, for example, seawater, to pass through the membrane and enrich it in the collection site. So as I mentioned, other ions like sodium, potassium, or magnesium, they all blocked. So at the end, in the collection site, what we get is a purified and concentrated lithium solution. So this process has many advantages. So first, you can see this is a ceramic membrane. It's very robust. Second, the energy efficiency is very, very high. So in this conference, we have heard a lot about the wonderful stories about the reverse osmosis. So one of the biggest achievements by the reverse osmosis process is that it has been reduced the energy more than 90% than the thermal method. So similar here, this is also a membrane process. So we can achieve the similar or even better success here. So that's the reason why this process is very energy efficient. And also it's environmental friendly, because as you can see, our process only uses electricity. We only extract the lithium from the feed, so it's a direct lithium extraction technology, and we don't produce any pollutions. And we also have proved that, and even for those low-grade brands, we can achieve more than 90% the recovery rate, and we have successfully obtained the battery-grade product. So the purity could be more than 99.94. And this project is initially developed as a curiosity-based research at KAUST. So we published our work in Science, and also we received a number of prestigious awards. Now, based on this technology, we have established a startup we call the Lithium Infinity, and we got an investment from Mahada and KAUST, and we built a pilot facility now at KAUST. We also collaborated with the Saudi Aramco, so we obtained the real oil field produced water from Aramco, and you can see they used the truck to transport the water actually 2,000 miles from the east province to KAUST. And eventually, we successfully extract about 10 kilograms of battery-grade lithium carbonate, as you can see from the white powder in that plastic bottle. So indeed, I would now can be proud to say that this is the world's first dairy technology and has been verified with the real oil field produced water that can produce battery-grade lithium, the product from this kind of like low-grade brands. So during this journey, we have established a close the collaborations with the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources and the industry leaders like Mahada and Saudi Aramco and also KAUST. So indeed, for innovation technologies, it is it's really a key to have a close relationship between the government agency, the industry leaders, and the research institute in order to translate an innovative technology from lab to industry. So since we have demonstrated our technology from the most challenging resources, that is Red Sea water, .30. So this is our core team, and I myself, as I said, I'm a professor of cost, and also my co-founder, Professor Goi. I conclude my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Lei from KAUST, for this insightful and very rich, informative presentation. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to conclude our sessions on water and energy and the final theme of the IDWS 2025 conference. Now I would like to call to the stage my co-host, Mohammed Al-Wahabi. Are you ready for the upcoming, very exciting part of today? I think he needs maybe a bigger round of applause to come, but let's give him a few seconds. Okay, here he is, a bigger one. ما أقدر أبدأ من غيرك. I cannot start without you.
I have been busy with some innovation. I'm so sorry.
Okay, what is your latest innovation in water?
والله الانوفيشن بحد ذاته هو هذا التجمع الكبير بالنسخة الأكبر من هذا المؤتمر، مؤتمر استدامة المياه، على مدى 4 نسخ شاهدتم العديد والكثير من الرعاة، الشركاء، ورش العمل، الحالات التي درست في كل أرجاء وفي كل تفاصيل هذا المؤتمر. كان هناك ابتكار، كان هناك سعي للاستدامة، كان هناك تفاصيل تستحق أن تبقى من أجل المياه.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we had 3 remarkable rich days, and we still have a lot to do now, and we have a special conclusion of our agenda and the IDWS 2025 Mayathon. We have also some announcements to make, and we have a lot of trophies to deliver to people who are honestly very innovative, and they deserve our applause, and they deserve that we thank them today. Along with, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's thank the Saudi Water Authority for organizing such a remarkable edition of this conference. It's fascinating. Do you agree? So we'll start with the content creation award.
We are now super pleased to announce that here is the launch of the first edition of the Water Content Award. So now we are launching this new award about water content creation. So, with the aim of enriching water-related content, please register with us for the award, and we look forward to welcome you on this platform in the years to come. So actually, the award targets content creators from inside and outside Saudi Arabia, as well as members of the water ecosystem. The award tracks are...
We have 7 award tracks, ladies and gentlemen, starting with innovation in water, water through the eyes of its people around the world. We have also water and the regions of the kingdom, the social responsibility award. Please, Mohammed.
So we are welcoming all forms of content, visual, audio, written, and also AI-generated content.
Exactly. We have also the water security, the awareness and the conservation, and the knowledge track award. Before we actually go into details and announce who are the winners, let us watch this upcoming video.
لا بسألك وش طعم الموية؟ أحس ما لها طعم. التذوق يعتمد على التفاعل بين مستقبلات في اللسان ومواد معينة، والموية ما فيها هذه المواد فما لها طعم. والله معلومات. ليه ما في محتوى عن الموية؟ محتوى؟ بحر. تدري إن في دول مدت سيوفها عشان الموية، وأجدادنا كانوا يتنقلون بس عشان الموية، ومن بعدها جت الكنداس وصرنا من أوائل الدول اللي تحلل المياه. غرقتنا محتوى. تقنعني إن الموية هذه نفس اللي برا. It's the same. لا غير. لا طعم ال H2O واضح. أتوقع قاعدين نغرق في التفاصيل. أغرق في جائزة صناع محتوى المياه. شارك بصورة، تصميم، فيلم، حتى لو بودكاست. طيب كيف نشارك؟ كذا أسهل من شرب المويه.
جائزة صناع محتوى المياه من الهيئة السعودية للمياه، فرصة لكل مبدع وصانع محتوى. شارك وغرقنا محتوى.
أتوقع غرقتنا محتوى.
Yeah, exactly. As we reflect with this incredible success of this event, we must acknowledge that none of this would have been possible without unwavering support of our partners.
And now it's time to recognize and honor these incredible organizations for their contributions. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
So we would first like to welcome Mr. Muhaydib Al-Muhaydib, Chairman of the Supreme Supervisory Committee for the IDWS Conference and the Awards, Saudi Water Authorities. You are welcome.
Welcome to the stage. Let's begin by welcoming our esteemed sponsors to the stage, and we'll start with our primary sponsor, MAPA Group. Thank you very much to our primary sponsor, MAPA Group, their unwavering support.
So next we will move to our strategic sponsors, Siemens Energy.
Thank you very much to Siemens Energy. Now we would like to call our next strategic sponsor, the Water Transmission Company, WTCO. Thank you very much.
Next we will go with Aqua Power.
Thank you very much. Our strategic sponsor, Saudi Imar Company.
Research, Development and Innovation Authority.
Now it's time to thank our diamond sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Truss Boring Construction Company, Tamimi Group.
The next diamond sponsor, ABB.
Thank you very much, our diamond sponsor, Samnan Holding Group.
Next, we will go to with our platinum sponsors, Toyopo MC Middle East Industries.
like to thank our platinum sponsor, Local Content and Government Procurement Authority.
The last platinum sponsor, KSP.
Very much. Now it's time to thank our gold sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll start with Touray.
GI Aquatech.
And now it's time to thank our gold sponsor, MIA for Water and Environment Technology.
Now we are moving to our silver sponsors, Saudi Irrigation Organization.
Thank you very much. Match Chemicals and HTO Innovation.
Next, we will go with Saudi Vitrified Clay Pipe Company. Thanks for all of them for their contribution and support.
We would like also, yes, we're going to
Yeah.
thank,
We have some, yeah, we have some to come. Yeah, we have some sponsors. Yes,
Two.
exactly. Yeah.
Yes. Now it's time to thank our silver sponsor, Mia.
So the last one, our knowledge sponsor, Mawhiba.
thanks to all of our sponsors for their invaluable support. Thank you. شكرا لكم. Your contribution have not only made this event possible, but have also helped us advance the global conservation or the conversation on water sustainability and also innovation.
Exactly. Now we are moving to an exciting part of today's program, the announcement of the winners of Meathon competition.
Let's give them a big round of applause. This initiative, ladies and gentlemen, has been a cornerstone of innovation at the IDWS, and we're very thrilled to celebrate this incredible talent and creativity of the participants.
Yeah, actually, before we announce the winners, let me take a moment to share some background about this remarkable initiative. Meathon is a groundbreaking water tech hackathon launched by Saudi Water Authority in partnership with the Saudi Water Innovation Center. It brings together engineers, innovators, researchers, entrepreneurs, and also creative to co-develop technological solutions that address major water sustainability challenges in Saudi Arabia and beyond.
And today we are here to celebrate the winners of this incredible initiative and also honor their outstanding contributions to the future of water sustainability.
So now please join me in welcoming our honor prize givers to the stage for today's Meathon. I would invite to the stage Engineer Tariq Al-Ghaffari, Vice President of Research and Promising Technology from Saudi Water Authority. And also, yeah, he deserves applause. And also Dr. Faisal Al-Usaymi, General Manager of Saudi Water Innovation Center at Saudi Water Authority.
And now this is the moment we have been all waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, the announcement of the Meathon winners. These teams have demonstrated exceptional creativity, collaboration, and innovation in addressing some of the most pressing water challenges of our times, Muhammad.
So let's give a big round of applause to all of the participants for their hard work and dedication. Now, yeah, exactly. Now, let's announce the winners. The first one, Separation Membrane Innovation, SMI. Please welcome to the stage. Congratulations.
ألف مبروك. Up next, the second winner of the Meathon of IDWS 2025 is Rataq.
The next winner will be, and the next winner will be Smart Core.
Congratulations. next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Aqua Vault. Congratulations.
So the next one will be Vibra Flow.
Up next we have ميزان للحلول التقنية.
Also, Aqua Twin is a winner for this year.
Congratulations. And now we're going to announce that No Plastic is another winner of this year.
The next winner will be Hassan.
ألف مبروك. Congratulations. الحلول الذكية الخضراء.
The next winner is Hydromine.
Congratulations. Up next, we have another winner. And I have to say that I am actually impressed by their name. I love their name. Earth Pulse. Congratulations.
And the last one will be باب الابتكار.
ألف ألف مبروك. Congratulations. Now we would like to call His Excellency Engineer Abdullah bin Ibrahim Al Abdel Karim, the President of the Saudi Water Authority, to please come and join us to the stage, and all the winners of this year's Miathon 2025 of the IDWS to join us for a memorable group photo.
Please come back, the stage is yours. So for all of the winners,
we have 13 groups. Please join the stage. صورة جماعية لجميع الفائزين with their trophies, of course.
so this is a moment to remember
Definitely.
that you won Miathon 2025. So congratulations to all of the winners. Your innovative ideas and hard work are a shining example of what can be achieved when we come together to tackle global challenges from Saudi Arabia to the world.
And definitely, we can't wait to see how your solutions will actually shape the present and the future of water sustainability. Thank you. Congratulations once again.
Congratulations, all of you.
And now, we would like to thank our Miathon judges. I'm sure that they had a very difficult time in deciding which group to select, right?
Exactly.
I mean, like, so many groups have applied with wonderful, very innovative ideas. So, shall we call them to the stage to thank them?
And we would like to hear from them if we have time.
Definitely.
So next, please join us in welcoming all of the judges to the stage, and we will say their names immediately.
We'll start with Engineer Ahmed Al-Zahrani from the Water Desalination.
Engineer Mohammed Al-Samhan from Saudi Irrigation Organization.
Turki Mohammed Andergiri from National Water Efficiency and Conservation Center.
Also Mohammed Ahmed Al-Yusuf from Saudi Water Partnership Company.
Dr. Noura Shihab from NEOM.
Engineer Ahmed Al-Harthi from Aqua Power.
Faisal Al-Garni from Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture.
Yusuf Abu Bakr from General Authority for Small and Medium Enterprises, Munshaat.
Saud Al-Talib from Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources.
Dr. Muhammad Al-Maegli from King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology.
Engineer Faris Suleiman Al-Habib from the Saudi Standards Metrology and Quality Organization.
Thank you to all of our judges for a crucial role played in selection this year's winners of Miathon.
We would like to call you all back to the stage for a group picture. Welcome back, our judges. Thank you very much for your support and for taking on this difficult mission.
Yeah, exactly. So finally, we would now like to thank our Miathon mentors for the work and time they have contributed to the success of this year's Miathon. Please join us in welcoming them each to the stage.
We will start with Francis McCaver, the head of NEOM Water Sector. On his behalf, Dr. Noura is here. Thank you so much. Congratulations for being such a huge part for this competition and Miathon. Next, we have Engineer Abdurrahman Al-Jad'ani, the Operation Manager. From the National Water Efficiency and Conservation Center, we have the Licensing and Certificated Senior Specialist, Yazid Mutlaq Al-Hanaki.
And also we have عبد الإله الضويان.
هبة مشعل الشثري.
Now we will move to Abdulaziz Asiri. He's a strategic analyst with Water Transmission Company.
Engineer Yazid Shahri, the Senior Project Manager. From the Water Transmission Company.
Also, we would like to invite Engineer Khalid Al-Jabri.
Now it's time to recognize mentors from Aqua Power. To the stage, Engineering Manager, Engineer Abdullah Daouja.
And also the Chief Technical Officer, Engineer Faisal Al-Sreir.
Engineer Hassan Mukhtar.
Also Engineer Yusuf Al-Tarjumi.
Engineer Abdul Ghani Abu Al-Hamayel, the Chief Executive Officer.
Now we will move to the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture mentors. Sarah Abdullah Asiri, she's a project manager.
And now it's time to call Munshaat mentor to the stage, Saad Al-Zahrani, the Technology Innovation Analyst.
Next we go with the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, Anmar Hasaballah. Also King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, Mudir Ba'ati.
Thank you very much. And from the Saudi Water Authority, we have some mentors. Al-Jawhar al-Sharif, the Senior Smart Technologies Officer.
Also Engineer Abdul Hadi Saleh Jamaila.
Engineer Asma Al-Ghamdi. She's a researcher, sustainability and advanced materials.
Now we will call the Saudi Standards, Metrology and Quality Organization mentors to the stage to photos. Ahmed Al-Ghatlan, he's a Director of Constructions and Building Materials Department. Also Ayman Isa Talibi.
Abdurrahman Al-Salloum, Business Development Specialist.
So now we are moving to entrepreneurship mentors. The first one will be Muhammad Awadallah.
We also have Ahmed Salama. Doctor
Dr. Hisham Malik.
Basma Khoja. Dr. Basma Khoja.
Also we have Dr. Sarah Zakour and Bender Al-Utaibi.
And Muhammad Naweto.
So on behalf of the Saudi Water Authority, the Saudi Water Innovation Center, and the entire IDWS team, we want to thank everyone who participated in Miathon. Your passion and your creativity are the driving forces behind the success of this initiative.
Definitely. Let's give them one final round of applause to all of our winners, our participants, judges, mentors. Thank you very much. And now we're going to announce المتميزين في قطاع المياه, the distinguished members in the water sector, ladies and gentlemen. And we will start with
Mohammed Al-Samhan from Saudi Irrigation Organization. Khalid Ghula from Saudi Partnership Company.
Thank you very much. Up next we have Nawal Al-Harthi من مركز مائي.
خالد الجابري من شركة نقل المياه. علي طلال الخرس من L&T.
زياد الثقفي من الهيئة السعودية للمياه SWA.
عبد الرحمن الأعجم من الهيئة السعودية للمياه.
Engineer Abdullah Shafi from SWA.
And at the end, thanks for Engineer Tariq Al Ghafari. We have too many participants for the success of this event, for this conference, and thank you for your interaction.
Definitely. And as we come to a close, ladies and gentlemen, of this remarkable edition of the Innovation-Driven Water Sustainability Conference, we would like to take a moment to reflect on the incredible journey we have shared over the past 3 days. From thought-provoking keynotes to dynamic panel discussions, inspiring case studies, and engaging fireside chats. Honestly, the IDWS 2025 has truly been a celebration of innovation, collaboration, and all the progress in the world were held here discussing water sector, Muhammad.
Exactly, and as we continue to push the boundaries to what's possible in water sustainability, actually, safe travels, and thank you to His Excellency, thank you for the audience, thank you for the partners, thank you for all of these participants, and thank you again for joining us, having a wonderful evening. And we would like to have a group photo for His Excellency with the Saudi Water Authority employees and participants and all of those success partners in this event. Thanks to all of the audience.
Thank you very much. IDWS 2025 has been remarkable. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to give a big round of applause to yourself, our esteemed audience. You were wonderful with us. Thank you very much. Whether you came from outside the kingdom, in the Arab region, or even like any part of this world, thank you very much. And you're always welcome to Saudi Arabia. mic on, please.
شكرا للجميع، شكرا لكل من حضر، شكرا لكل من شارك، شكر خاص لزملائنا المقدمين يمكن هذا المؤتمر. شكرا تغريد، شكرا محمد، أضفتم لهذا المؤتمر لمسة خاصة بأصواتكم. شكرا لكم جميعا، شكرا. شكر موصول لكل الزملاء في المسارات على إنجاح هذا المؤتمر. شكرا للمنظم، شكرا شركة تحالف على ما قدمتم. شكرا للجميع، شكرا.